I do have to go around the back to the shed. You can come with me if you want, Coda. Torch, 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 torch. Sorry guys, I just had to run around the back and fix the shed because it was slamming on the side of the house in this windy weather we've got. Hi Jacob, nice to meet you. Hi everybody. Where y'all streaming from? I got the fire cranking up here in Northland, New Zealand, middle of nowhere, at the tippity top. That's where I'm at. An hour from anything, guys. An hour from anything. No shop, no gas station, nothing. Entertain myself with some fire. Might let us see up fireworks. Have any old drink. Cheers, guys. Whereabouts are you guys all located? Where are you from in the world? Drop it down below. Let me know where you guys are at. Is it nighttime? Daytime? Got a fire cranking? I just fed all the animals. Here's one of them. She's just come back in. She's been out hunting a possum herself after dinner. And so now she's guarding it from nothing. The other dog's asleep. The chickens are asleep and don't want a possum. And the goats are asleep and they don't want a possum either. But she'd be out there guarding her kill, you know. And I know some people aren't all about fireworks at any time, any day. But up here we have no neighbours for miles and miles either side. And you know, we can't really annoy anybody with our shenanigans. And our animals are used to it, so don't worry about the animals. 9:27 p.m. Hawaii. Oh, beautiful. Would that be 9:27 Wednesday in Hawaii? I'm going to guess. because we're at 7:30, I think, here. It's 7:30 on Thursday. So we're ahead of you guys. Most people that I chat to, they're overseas. Yeah, they're usually Wednesday. Oh, well, welcome to New Zealand from Hawaii. I'd love to show you the beautiful view out here. Usually during the day, we've got a 270-degree view, and it's all hills and mountains and animals and trees, just nature really, for miles. There's not a street light in sight, guys, not one. If I turn this off, watch this. There's nothing. There's no lights. We are in darkness other than the fire. Like, there's not even enough moonlight right now out there to light up a path out there. We've got the fire going out there in the outdoor kitchen. There's actually a bench and a tap and stuff that go underneath the roof out there, because we live completely off grid. Hi, Phils. Welcome to the chat. Where's my Māori cousins at? Chirp, cuzzy. Kia ora, Larry Myers. Kia ora. Welcome to the chat, guys. You're here with me up in Northland, New Zealand. Middle of fucking nowhere. Literally, I just turned the lights off in the chat. We're in the middle of nowhere, guys. Nowhere here. Nowhere but animals. Not even neighbours out here, guys. Yeah, I do remember seeing you pop in the other day, Phils. Welcome back. Nice to have you guys all here. We've got the fire going. I wish the fire was inside because it's windy as hell here and quite chilly, but unfortunately we don't have a fire in here. We do have a house bus right down the bottom of the yard that does have a fire in it, but I'm not in that tonight, clearly. I'm in the cabin, so yeah. The dog's out there guarding a possum. For those of you that don't know why she's barking, she's guarding a possum that she's gone and hunted from the sleeping chickens and the sleeping goats. Are we cooking that chicken? They're all asleep. They would be very easy to pick up and throw straight in the fire right now. But you know, you don't really want to do that. You kind of want to pluck them first. And I don't think they're really for that. But trust me, people that have been here during the day when I've had my fire cranking, those chickens that he's talking about, they climb on top of the hot plate and just about cook themselves for us. Like, they're stupid, pea-brain animals. But they're not in the same essence, because I'm cooking food on the hot plate and they're not stupid enough to not know that. That's why they're getting up on the hot plate, because they know that there's probably crumbs up there, right? So although they've got a pea brain and they'll jump up on that fucking hot plate or right in front of the open fire and nearly catch fire, they're also smart enough to know that they're doing it for a good reason. They're not just being dumb animals just walking anywhere, you know. So as much as I take the piss out of them, they are still quite smart for prehistoric creatures. We've got the moon just starting to crack up here. I'll take y'all out there and show you. This is about all we can see out here tonight, guys, because it's pitch black. But it looks like nearly a full moon. Check it out, guys. That's the moon. And this is the 270-degree view that we have that you can't see because it's pitch black and not a street light in sight. And there's the only star that I can see so far. And there's the mean as fire. Mean as fire. But yeah, it's pretty black out here tonight, guys. It's not really the only light is that moon crevicing that hill right there. But as you can see, there's no mountains higher than us all the way around as far as you can see. But out there in daylight, all the way out there, there is one mountain range that's higher than us. Hello, Ivan. Keela? Yeah, it's a beautiful... I'm pretty sure it even be a full moon, to be honest. I haven't checked the moon cycles recently. I feel like it could almost be a full moon here. It's phenomenal. Because there's no clouds, except for far in the distance, like over 100 k's from me. It looks like it could be a clear night. Which means amazing things. At between 11, depending summer or winter, between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. right out here, looking down this channel here in the sky, is the Milky Way. And it is so incredible here. Even if I were to show you guys on the camera with all the lights out, you guys would actually see it. That's how dark it is here at nighttime. There's no street lights, so you see the sky fucking amazingly. It's so cool. Last time you were here was that Edmund's cookbook. You mean this one? You mean this one, buddy? Like, honestly, I don't know. I don't even know why I have a cookbook. I never use them. That one is my cousin's, but I do like have a whole bench load of recipe books and cookbooks and stuff. But I never use them. I cook without them. But I think that's like one of the OGs. Let's have a check. Let's have a geezy. You know, books usually have like a created date or whatever. Oh, this is the junior. This is the kids one. This is the junior cookbook. Oh, whoa. This was made back in, could have been the late 80s or early 90s, this one. Because its copyright is registered for 1993. But it's like the kids one, you know, it's got like all. So that's why my cousin has this out, because she's got a 7-year-old son, almost 8 this month. And he's learning to cook. I think for Mother's Day, he made her like it was the weirdest meal. It was like a pancake with an egg on it and some noodles or something on the side. It's just because it's all the things that he could do on the cooker without having to ask his mum or get her out of bed to be like, can you help me with, you know? Yeah, that Edmund's cookbook is ancient. That one you could nearly enter into a museum. That's funny. Great observation skills, I might add. I have really intrusive thoughts sometimes when I'm here, like, you know, going out there and just like setting fire to the sticks and then just like running through the bush like I'm Lara Croft, like, yeah, just like see how far I get before the flame goes out. Like this bad boy. Like run through the bush like, yeah. Fuck, that's nice and warm when you stand in front of it. It's most definitely a full moon. I can see it now, completely over the top of it. Yeah, definitely. I play this game. I haven't played it for a while, to be fair. But every year at my birthday, from let's say 14 to 21, I had a fire pit at my dad's house. We're at the family home. And I'd go there and light the fire pit, invite all my friends, set up a gazebo, you know, like have the whole 9 yards out the back of dad's house. Me and Naz even get a portaloo, so, you know, you don't even have to leave the party, basically. Anyway, hang on, I'll just put that back. Yeah, so with the fire pit, I'll get it raging, so it was like massive flames and stuff, and, you know, we'd have a couple of drinks and a couple of joints or whatever, maybe even, I don't know, back then probably take an acid tab or something, or eat some mushies, and the fire would be blazing at first, as I said, keep it stoked up, and then as we run out of firewood towards the end of the night, can't be asked going under the house and getting any more, you know, we're all way too wasted, we don't even need the fire anymore, you know, we're probably about to crash out sort of thing. Well, at that point, that's when I'll go in and we play a game that I invented called Firewood Roulette. So anyone who's keen stands around the fireplace, and the first person reaches in and grabs out a hot ember, and we pass it around like hot potatoes, around the circle. And whoever won't take it, it gets burnt or drops it, and what doesn't pass it on is out. And whoever obviously won't reach in and grab the next one is out. And it's all well and good. Like, we had some mean ass times. No one lost a finger, no one lost a face. Not in that game ever. we did lose fingerprints and hairs on our arms, and you know, sometimes end up with a couple of like minor burns from the edge of the fireplace and shit. But hey, all's fair in love and war. But we have set faces on fire, alcohol involved, and there wasn't supposed to be a fire. Now that's another story entirely. But what's even more savage about that story, though, okay? One of my they were both my best mates when I was growing up. Matt and Scott was OCD freak. Washed his hands all the time, kept real clean, protected himself like no tomorrow. You touch his Xbox and he's up there cleaning it, and like he'll get up and turn things on or get things for you because he was really particular about his things, which is fine. Matt was his best mate of all time. I met Matt through him. So we're all hanging out all the time, you know, as you do when you're teenagers. You got your little clique. Well, that was us, you know, and a few others, but these are the main people in the story. Other than my mate Danny, who was 6'4". He's the big cunt that's involved in the story, right? So we're all standing around under this carport, and that imported all these alcohols from the Netherlands because they were Dutch. The family that was the house we're at, they were Dutch. So they had all these fancy fucking liquors that cost them heaps of money to get imported, right? And they're all around the table, and we're all standing up around the table having these flaming shots. And we were all young, like 17, 18, probably never had flaming shots before in our life, but one of us apparently had. Now, Scott said, this is how you do it. You fucking set it on fire, you throw it in your mouth, and as soon as your mouth's closed, the flame's going to go out. And I was like, bro, why don't you just blow it out before you put it in your fucking mouth? Like, why would you want to risk that? And he's like, no, I've seen it. I've seen it heaps of times. It's all good. And I'm like, fuck, after you then. After you, bro. So Scott nails it. Flawlessly, I might add. Nails it. Gone. Matt's like, oh, yeah, okay. My best mate's going, yeah, my turn. And he goes and he gets it close to his face and he chickens out and he's like, oh, fuck, I might set my face on fire. What if I set my face on fire? You know, and starts. Anyway, we're all like, no, go, Scott did it. It's all good. So he gets the flaming shot, brings it back to his mouth. And at that point, he'd obviously spilt a little bit the first time and no one noticed. And yeah, when he bought that, it just jumped straight to his face. He didn't even get the shot near his mouth and his face is on fire, okay? So he's standing there and he's like, ah! And he's trying to put it out and he's got alcohol on his hands. So then he's spreading the fire all over his face. And I'm stood there telling them, turn around, there's a hose right behind you, you know. And he's in such a state. He's just screaming and yelling. His best mate screams, ah! Like a bitch, turns and fucking goes to run away. And Matt at the same time turns to like get the jacket, and the big cunt, Danny, he freaks out thinking that he's reaching for, because Matt's eyes are closed and he's reaching for anything that he can get to put his face out. Fair fucking enough. Put the fucking cunt's face out, man. Like, don't leave him on fire. But no, Danny drops his alcohol, kicks over 2 of these really expensive liquor bottles that had just been imported and we hadn't even opened yet, smashes them to oblivion, and runs the furthest away than any of us, and he was the biggest cunt there. Right past the fire hose, right past towels hanging on the line, right past anything that could have put his face out, and just left Matt still with his face on fire. And so this is probably all over like 30 seconds at this point, you know, like, and I'm still standing there going, hose, and I can't get there because there's like a table, and these guys standing there going, oh, my face. And Matt finally reaches and he grabs this jacket or fucking shirt. I don't know what it was. I couldn't tell you. Okay. Scott can tell you exactly what that fucking was, because we all still laugh about it like 15 years later, right? So Matt grabs this thing, the first thing he can feel, and he just goes and starts putting his face out. Bro, Scott comes running over and he's like, not my jacket! And rips the jacket from his best mate and still leaves him with his face on fire. Doesn't give him a replacement, doesn't, just leaves him there. Anyway, eventually the dude fucking rips his shirt up, stop, drops, and roll like we were all taught. Finally remembers how to do that. And yeah, we all just were standing there in awe. Like, I just found the funniest thing, you know, like his face was a little bit burned. It wasn't too bad, but we wound him up so much. He went inside to my partner at the time's mum, who was like this really strict and abrupt Dutch lady, right? And he goes inside to her because we're all fucking white girl wasted by this point, and we've been going, bro, your whole face is melting off, bro. You better go to the doctors, you know. So he decides that he's gonna go to the doctors, and he goes upstairs and he tells Leonie, oh my god, look what I did. And she just, oh, you get in the car, yeah, you need the doctors, all right. So takes him, but for the next 4 hours while he was waiting at A&E for superficial burns, not even 3rd degree, just superficial burns. He didn't even come in with a band-aid or nothing on it, like nothing. Yeah, but obviously it was like over his whole face. It looked like someone shaved the wrong way for the first time, dry or something, you know, like all of that area where he had facial hair was all just gone, and sort of up the side of hair was gone, but it wasn't burnt, you know. But he had to spend 4 hours in the fucking hospital getting lectured to numb by this Dutch abrupt as arrogant fucking lady being like, you should not even be drinking, you're too young, what were you thinking, blah blah, peer pressure and all this shit. Like, oh my god. And meanwhile I'm just at home laughing with the boys like, bro, Danny, you're the biggest cunt here. You ran right past everything that you could have saved him with and just dropped your drink, smashed 2 bottles, and fucking ran for your life. And meanwhile, you, that's your best mate, Scott. And like, 1, you left him there and ran away. And then 2, you fucking wrestled him for something that was saving his life to die, bro. Like, what the fuck kind of friend are you? They're still best mates. They're still actually best mates to this day. So it's just a funny story, but yeah. It definitely wasn't from No Firewood Roulette. You're not convinced I'm not a witch? I'm not convinced either. I'm not convinced. How can you tell? Is there a how to tell you're a witch test or? Should just get like a Ouija board out, eh? Some freaky deeks online tonight, that's for fucking sure. Get a big crystal ball, black little fucking tea towel or something underneath it. Maybe put a torch under the crystal ball. Get the Ouija board out. Fuck. Not convinced I'm not a witch. Me neither. Me neither. I really want to let off some fireworks, actually. Let's see what y'all think about that. Should we let off some fireworks, yo? Boom. Bada boom. Where the fuck are you, cunt? Depends what I pick up at the time, actually, to be honest with you. I am drinking some old beams. Made the mistake of getting fucking 0 sugar, and it actually is sweeter than the normal sugared ones. So that was a bad move. They're not the greatest. But occasionally this one is in my hand because it's just on the bench because I bought it earlier, and it's, yeah. Sometimes it's just in reach. But yeah, the old Jim Beams. 0 sugar. Fucking yuck. You tried them? Do you reckon the 0 sugar is sweeter than the normal sugared? I really don't know what you're barking at, but can't be much. garlic bread for some dinner. It's a pretty choice luxury to actually have an oven off-grid. No, I can't make like fucking most normal sized dishes don't really fit in there. It's kind of annoying, but it is an oven where you can cook a garlic bread. But that just shows you how small it is. It's pretty little. Yeah, I can't really complain too much. Yeah, and I think next time I just will get the normal one. I don't often drink bourbons anymore, to be honest. It used to be my go-to drink back in the day, but not now. Not now. Now I drink like plain as shit that I can, or stuff that tastes like real fruit, not like vodka cruisers or like any of that yuck shit. Like, you know, stuff that's got natural flavors and things in it, because I feel like it's like soul hydrating at the same time, even though I know it's fucking not. I wonder what that big bright fucking star is. I'm gonna have to have a look at that on my fucking star thingy program app thingamabob, because it's so incredibly bright. Like, look at it. You tell me what you think. It's fucking bright. I mean, I can drink anything, but if I'm gonna drink and enjoy it. Whoa, I just seen another light out there in the distance too. Where is that? How come you can see that? Oh no, that's just a reflection. That's alright. Okay, that's okay. That little light there, I was tripping out. I was like, what the fuck? Where is that? But it's actually just a reflection off the solar panel, one of the solar panels. But that star on my shitty front camera, like, look how bright that fucking is. And like, there's other stars up there. I don't know if you can see any other stars. They're not fucking anywhere near that bright. That looks like an airplane's headlight in the sky. Even like the Milky Way when it's above me isn't that fucking bright. And planets, when you look at the trajectory of planets, they usually are in line, right? And our moon is going to go across our sky like that and go down over that side. So there's like a bright orange. Oh, you probably can't see that, but up there, because we don't really get orange. And that is the trajectory of the planets where they should be. But then that is way the fuck off to the side. And there's not usually anything brighter than fucking planets or the moon. You know, because the moon is still a planet. But yeah, that star's got me tripping. It's had me tripping the last few nights. I looked at a star sort of like that, but it was further down the hill a few weeks back, because somebody was trying to tell me that it was Jupiter. And I was like, it's not fucking Jupiter, bro. Like, it's way too early for Jupiter for a star. Like, that comes after the moon. Like, it's not Jupiter. And anyway, he was arguing for ages, so he got out his fucking star app program, I got out mine, and I'm like, see, bro, it's not Jupiter. Jupiter's legit, like, way back. I was like, it's close to fucking this one, but it's definitely not that either. And then it looked like it could have been like one of those really weird named stars, you know, where it's like 36X fucking blah blah blah. It's like not actually, it's not like part of Orion's belt or something like that. Like, it's just a weird, random, big fucking constellation. Yeah, well, it was sort of like that next to something like that, but there was another star next to it too. And I'm like, I'll have to look at that another day, because it could be the star next to it that what it's reading is that constellation, because there definitely wasn't two readings right next to each other. So that leads me to believe that one of those things is not a star or a planet. And if it's not a star or a planet, what the fuck is it? Because satellites go in a straight line, the same speed constantly. Sometimes you get them overlap, you know, and they meet in the middle and sort of cross over, but they don't change direct. They keep going straight line, same speed, same height in the sky. I've seen some freaky shit in the sky being out here, I tell you. Honestly, I tell you, it's a bit, there's so many things that you just can't explain. And it's like, there's not drones. It cannot physically be drones out here. Drones have like a radius of how far they can travel, for a start, and how high they can go, for a start. And there's also drone tracking sites, you know, because if you're flying at certain whatevers, you have to register your shit. So, what, you mean the Starlink, the one where it's like fucking 30 of them in a row and they go one after each other like a few seconds apart? I've seen the Starlink, which was pretty impressive. It might even be more than 30 satellites in a row when they line up for like their yearly fucking updates or some shit before they separate again. But yeah, I've seen a lot in the skies, a lot of stuff. It's pretty crazy. I put a couple of shorts or 3 shorts up of one of my Morrinsville trips, which is down in the Waikato. Yeah, one of my trips down there. I've got hundreds of footages, hours and hours of footages, from videos to photos, and even just everyone else's voice reactions around me when it's not necessarily picking anything up, you know. So you can hear fully that it's not just me seeing one thing, it's like a whole bunch of us tripping out on the same shit in the sky. You know, generally speaking, if you say you've seen something, a lot of people are sort of skeptical and they're like, it was probably just a satellite, you know. But when multiple people are seeing things just come in and then disappear, or all of them come from different directions at different speeds, different brightnesses, different heights, but then they all end up at the same place in the sky and then just fucking disappear. Not one of them carries on through, not one of them goes back, nothing. Like, no 3 flashing lights like a helicopter or a plane legally has to have when they're in the sky. One tail light, one on each wing. Or helicopters have like a red and white alternating, and then one constant light on the back tail wing or whatever the fuck, you know, like, none of that. None of that. Just one solid fucking headlight in the sky heading to, joke around as the black hole of Morrinsville. It, like, just, they just disappear. And sometimes like 3 or 4 of them will come into one, and then it gets super, super bright, and it's almost like they join forces, and then they still disappear in the same fucking place. But yeah, sometimes 6, 7 at once. Sometimes it's like one, and then 5-10 minutes apart, another one will come through, but they all end up at the same dead zone of the sky. It just fucking and disappear. And we've looked at like plane tracking, sky tracking, all the ones that you can legally download, and like legal websites, they register public flights and all that sort of stuff. Like, nothing, man, nothing. Yeah, have a check out the shorts. I would have posted them up. If you just, yeah, I don't know if there's a way. I'm not very tech savvy, but if you can go into my actual shorts listings where it shows you all of them, if you scroll down, there's 3 like really black shorts, like, because obviously they're recorded at nighttime. 3 of them in a row. Yeah, it's just weird fucking lights in the sky. Some dude's like, it's drones, but there's just no way. There's no way it could be drones, because that's in a city too. So you have to register any sort of flight paths, whether it's a drone, a helicopter, whatever it is. They're all fucking registered when you're in the cities. And that's what I mean out here. There's no fucking way that it could be drones that we're seeing, because this is one way, like from here down all the way. It's like an hour, whichever way you leave here on the road outside. It's an hour to the nearest streetlights or town, city, anything. Like, there's nothing between here and there or each way. So this way, my cousin owns all of this land, 55 kilometers of land around us. So to be having drones right above us would mean that somebody would have to be in or around our property, and there's no fucking way, because even behind our land, it's all owned by the forestry, and they only go into that one when they plant it. 2, if they're doing any random perimeter checks or fucking random surveying as they get closer to being fucking ready to mill or whatever they do. And then when they go in there to rip the forestry down, you know, so nobody's ever in that part. It's all gated off. And if they are, they're on foot and we can see them because they've snuck in through the gates down this end. It's the only way in. And it goes all the way up to where this road forks off and then comes back along this other hill where it's a dead end. and there's only like 2 farmers that live down there. And those farmers are so old school, bro. I'm telling you, they don't use no fucking drones. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's unexplainable. It trips me out. And we have spent many nights, multiple of us, many nights at this place in Morrinsville, chasing these lights. And if you look in it might have been on the Herald or stuff, for like a unexplained glowing orb that travelled across the whole of New Zealand, basically from the Waikato down to, I think it was seen as far as Taranaki. We seen that appear, like we seen that start, what's the word, materializing from nothing. It just looked like a little piece of fog that had gone across the road into this paddock and up just over car height, and we were driving beside it, and then it materialized into what looked like a glowing fucking street light floating with haze all around it, and then it just got a little bit higher up and then just started just floating away. And it made it all the way down to Taranaki, and people were fucking talking about it and shit. We got a couple of photos of it, but not really good photos. Like, it just looked like a little bit of fog or a little bit of cloud or something like that. Or somebody who could have even blown some cigarette smoke out the window and you just trapped like the first part of it. Yeah, the photos that we got were just as it was materializing. And I was like, bro, we need to get a photo of that, because what the fuck is that, you know? And then as we went around the next corner, it had gone a different direction. So there was no way that we could get back to it, because it was through all the paddocks. Like, it just fucking, yeah, it was crazy. And it was going so slow, but it was weird. It was like, you couldn't look at it, like, because you'd look through it sort of, but like not really, because it was so fucking bright at the same time. You could definitely see this fucking glowing object. It was weird. It was like soccer ball sized, and just hovered the whole fucking way down to Taranaki or like New Plymouth or Palmerston North or something. Legit, it was on the news. Stuff.co.nz definitely wrote about it. Herald might have, but I'm sure if you typed in a few keywords, because it was last year, or maybe the very, very beginning of this year, either end of last year, between October and I'm going to say March of this year is when that happened. You probably Google it and fucking have a look at that thing if you didn't see it yourself or hear about it at the time. True story. So definitely living out here in the boondocks where there's fuck all lights and shit. Because even Morrinsville, there's street lights in the city and stuff. But the second that you're on the outskirts of that, there's maybe 2 street lights on a fucking street. You know, it's not like Auckland City where there's 75 street lights per every street. So yeah, it is still quite dark. So you do see a lot once you let your eyes adjust. But nothing like out here. We've seen some phenomenal comets, meteors, like the big comet that came down like 2-3 years ago in Northland. Yeah, we watched that. That was huge. That literally looked like yoga ball size in the fucking sky. It was cool. It was cool ways. What, our Morrinsville ways? I knew that you're the one that was like, you work at, as a AFCO or whatever? Were you the butcher? Yeah. Yeah, I stayed on Morrinsville when I go down to the Waikato. It's kind of hard to remember, like, everybody, because, like, everybody's got different YouTube names, right? And then some people, when they come in and they've been in, like, once or twice, they're like, oh, actually, can you call me Wayne? And their name's unknown. So I remember that one really well, like, because he's quite a frequent in the chat. But, for example, when you got, like, 5 or 6 people come in and you've been chatting with their username and then they want to change their name and tell you what their actual name is or whatever, and you're like talking to them trying to remember those things, and then new people come in and they're telling you what they're up to, and it's kind of like you want to remember those things because it's kind of rude to have conversations with people and not really actually be actively listening or reading what people are saying, you know. Just, I guess there's a lot of people out there that just talk for the sake of talking, and like they might answer questions or whatever, but they don't actually keep it on board, you know. So the next 10 times you come in, they don't even register that you're the person that they had a 20-minute convo with last time. And I feel like I don't want to be that guy. I want to try to remember the important bits and bobs that people tell me, you know. Oh yeah. As soon as you arrived today, I knew that I'd seen your username before. And then obviously after chatting with you a little bit today, I remembered that you were the butcher. I don't know if you're a butcher, but you worked in the with the meat and shit. Well, I was pretty sure you were the follower anyway. had like the randomest experiences, like a couple of times. Had like fucking 9-year-olds come in the chat and they're like chatting away. They're like, hey, how's it? Blah, blah. What are you doing? Oh, mean fire and all this stuff, just having normal convos. And you don't know how old people are or not, or whether they're jacking off watching your stream or not, or whatever. You know, you don't know whether it's a male or female behind this. You just don't know, because even if they have a male name, it could be a shared user fucking account with their partner or their kids or anything. You just don't know who you're actually talking to, you know. And so a few times I've been like called out having a couple of bongs, having a couple of drinks. Clearly my chats, my actual lives are not kid friendly. All my shorts, except for maybe one or two where I'm swearing at my aggressive goat, are pretty child friendly, you know. So I tell anyone who does like follow my shorts or like ask me about them and stuff, like I tell them, yeah, if you got kids, all good, like you can follow me, but like they can watch my shorts. They're pretty fucking safe and some of them pretty funny, but don't let your kids watch my lives, you know, because like I wouldn't want my kids watching my lives. I just wouldn't. And I mean, I'm not that bad, to be honest. I don't think I'm that bad to watch. Even if kids were watching, I still think there's some conversations they shouldn't be hearing and be part of certain things. But yeah, I got caught off guard twice. So once there was 2 9-year-olds in the chat at the same fucking time, and I had no idea. And then like 20 minutes in, they're like, yeah, I'm 9. And I was like, eh? Did you just say 9? And then I'm like, wait, take the bong off the screen, like move the drink. And then like have to try not to swear and like include them in like normal things. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. I just thought, like, why would a child want to watch my lives? It's not brain rot. I mean, sometimes it might be. Sometimes I do some fucking pretty stupid dumb shit, but for the most part. Yeah, I have had a look at your profile picture. Actually, you got a pretty cute dog. It's probably, is it still a puppy now? Are you the one that said you got like a fucking 4-month or 6-month-old puppy or something? Pitbull? Obviously, it looks like a pitbull from the picture, but so does some people's goddamn retriever crosses and stuff too. Some of them look like fucking pitbulls when they're puppies. Yeah, most fucking aggressive breeds, for the most part, are quite soft and loving. It's what people do to them, and you could do it to a fucking, you do it to a staffy, you can do it to a chihuahua, you can abuse and ruin any animal or person for that matter. We can damage them both with words, with bad routines, and bad actions, you know. It's all in how we treat our animals. God, that's so hot. Man, my eyes feel like they're bleeding. Jesus Christ. Literally made my eyes water. It was very smoky, very hot. I need to get my torch and walk to the shed and go get some of these fireworks out, I think. Yeah. The staffy here, Big Coda, and the cat, they play. It's kind of funny. It's kind of scary the first time you see it, because the cat comes along and puts like his whole whole face in the dog's mouth. You're like, what the fuck, you know? And then the dog, arr! But they're actually just playing. They're actually just mates. It's kind of cute. Yeah, talking about you, fat lump. Oh, that really made my eyes cry. Not ideal. Oh no, it it was the fire that made my eyes water. Because I went down there and I broke off the, because I loaded it like a lazy beach today. And so I didn't actually cut much of the firewood up, just enough to get it started. And then I just threw these big, long, like, no joke, from like me to you away, long, fat logs in. And I've just been feeding it slowly into the fire. And so I went up and I like rammed it against the back wall of it. And it snapped all the embers off and then created like a hot pocket, and it just blew straight in my face. And it was so hot, because it's hot just standing by that fire, just the way it's shaped, like it all just comes out the front there. And yeah, it just blew straight in my face and just made my eyeballs water. But I love a good fire. Nothing beats a good bloody fire. The only thing that would be better is if the fire was fucking inside. And I think about like heating up big rocks, you know, like the big river stones and stuff, throwing them in the fire, then building my fire around it. And then when the fire's done, just put those rocks inside like a big pot, and then just bring it in and sit it on like a towel in like the middle of the floor, you know, because fuck, I'm sure that would heat the house. It's only a small cabin. Like this one's small, the bus down the bottom is even smaller. Like this is way wider than the bus, you know. It's small. There's like another room over there, but I'm sure if I heated some rocks up like a caveman, put them in a pot. Yeah, fuck yeah, like Hangi said, like the old river stones and shit. And the bigger the better. You know, the longer you leave them on there, they'll reach max core, and I'm sure that they'll hold heat for ages. Like I know like the cobblestones and stuff, and like concrete even, you know, when it's been like a hot as day, you go out there at like 6 o'clock as the sun's coming down, hasn't been sunning up for a couple of hours, but it's still warm to the touch, it's not cold yet. So I think it might be worth a fucking a go at that, see how it works. We've tried all sorts of backyard heating, from making ceramic heaters where you get like a old terracotta pot, cut a frame out one side of the front so you can load some candles or whatever in there, and then you lift that up onto a couple of cobblestones so you've got a little bit of airflow, and you put like a smaller one on top with a couple of stones around the ring so you've got airflow coming out, and it works sort of like, yeah, like a vented fan. That was mean, but then I never had any problems with it. But at the time that I started doing that, somebody else online had posted up about it, and they'd had it theirs explode in the middle of the night. And I thought mine probably wouldn't do that because mine wasn't set up how theirs was. Theirs was like on the ground, no ventilation to cool it or anything, nothing to sort of like, what's the word, where it like conducts or takes away your heat, you know, by having it on the steel pads, like it would take, or the concrete blocks. The hot ceramic pot sort of dispersed some of the heat out in those bottom blocks as well, so it didn't actually get that hot. But it was definitely warm when you walk past it and leave it on for a couple of hours, and fuck, you know, you bring your temperature up to at least 17, 18 degrees inside the cabin. Also tried lighting 55 tea light candles at once. Yes, that's amazing, and yes, that does work. But as those wicks go out, especially if you light them all at the same fucking time, all of them burn out pretty much at the same time, and then you have the smoke detector and all these other problems because when they go out, they smoke a little bit, you know, and when there's 55 of them, she smokes a little bit more than a little bit. Warm, fuck yeah, it warmed it up so quick. But yeah, as they went out, not ideal. Not ideal. No, use the ones that are like buried into the banks and shit like those. But like they are old river stones, but they're not current river stones, you know, because then they've been sitting in clay or sediment and had shit like compressing them, so all the pores in them get quite full. It's the ones that like, you can't see, but that fire, because everything we tend to do is recycled or reused or whatever. So that fire is an old bear keg, and we just cut the front out. It has actually got the door. See an old bear keg? This is the gate for it, so it did have a door, but we've had it burning for so long now that the door actually fucking burnt through the hinges. Yeah, so we recycle shit. So all around the outside of that to keep the heat in and aim the heat more, There's heaps of fucking stones all around it. It's all the shit that we've buried, you know, or were buried in the earth. And they hold the heat, you know, like for at least 3 hours after the fire's going. That's still warm as fuck around the outside, all those rocks. That's why I was thinking maybe I should bring some rocks in the house. Yeah, well, ceramic pots, technically speaking, they should be drier than a nun's cunt, in my opinion. Because, yeah, you use water to make fucking pottery, and like you can do it from clay, sift out the sand, dry it out, and make your own fucking actually from scratch if you really wanted to. But you can get like pottery shit, you know, mix that up, whatever. You add water to it to shape your pottery out and things. But then you fire that oven up and you fucking throw that shit in the oven. So like it should be dry as a bone. You know what I'm saying? So that shouldn't be any reason for the pottery to explode. But I think it just gets like obviously it must exceed the heat that they go through when maybe they're heat processed. I don't know. I've never actually looked into the temperature for that. And I've never actually bothered to check the temperature of my ceramic pots as I'm doing it. But yeah, my fucking pot was huge too. So like with 5 candles in there, like it didn't get burning hot, but obviously it got quite fucking warm enough to heat the cabin. But yeah, it was like quite a round ceramic pot anyway. Heavy as fuck to try and lift up. And then I started using that after I stopped using it as what it was. I then took it outside and put it on top of my charcoal barbecue fucking thing that I had. Because like they come with a lid on it with like a vent and shit, you know, so you can adjust the smoking or whatever, chuck your coals in the bottom and stuff. But it always felt like there's not really that much room in there. So if you're cooking for like 10 people, frying in some baked potatoes or whatever, and a couple other things, there's not really that much room inside them. There's only one tray, you know, whereas when I threw that on top instead of the lid, you could stack that up, and as long as you rotated it, it would all smoke and cook and just be mean. Way more room. Railway tracks. We could get our hands on railway tracks, to be fair. The nearest little town, which doesn't have a shop or anything, is, I think, what's it called? Waiotera. And that's probably like 25 minutes from here. But that at the end of our road, it goes on to like the main road, which will take you all the way to State Highway 1 if you follow that for like 40 minutes. So at that intersection, we go over 2 double one-way bridges, which is cool, just before you enter the highway. And it's double train tracks underneath there. Now, one of them isn't used anymore, and all along the side there's fucking heaps of offcuts and sleepers and like levers and stuff from back in the day when they were doing repairs, and probably things that they just don't use anymore because I think they only use one track. The other one is pretty fucking overgrown. Yeah, and I know that the guy down the road who has a sawmill, I talk about sometimes in my feeds about being down at the sawmill. He needed, what did he need? He needed railway tracks actually, because for the sawmill, because he's got these carts that you can sort of like put on these tracks and like stack your fucking things on to load it on the. It's a huge mill. It's like one track is 18 meters long. Then it's got like a big breast bench. Like it's fucking huge. Like it's half a football field sort of a mill. Like it's massive, you know. And yeah, he was like, fuck, I really want to be able to extend the thing. So I said to him, bro, you should just go hit the people up along the main road, because like even if the council or whoever runs the railroad wouldn't give it to you, surely someone along that main street there and like those 20 houses at the actual town centre thing, they would have, over time, somebody would have robbed that place and fucking picked up scraps or whatever laying around. And that's exactly what he went and did. He went and knocked on at a couple of the houses down there, and they were like, yeah bro, yeah, come out the back, and gave him like 2 links of fucking railway. So that's mean. But I never thought about using it for something like that. Yeah, most people do. Most people don't ask. I like to ask because I've been through a home invasion in Auckland and lost a whole bunch of shit. And then when I moved up here to get away from everything, I ended up going back down to Auckland because I got sick and I had to go to hospital for like a week. and I came home and everything that I had left had been robbed from my cabin. I was lucky. I still had my cabin there, but like they'd taken my shower and everything. It was pretty fucked up. My shower, my water pump, like, yeah. Even my razors, like taking my razors, my toothbrush. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. Everything but my old socks and my cabin was pretty much left. It was pretty fucked. So yeah, I don't really like to help myself to anyone's anything. But I do love to go and explore. So I'm not going to lie. If I see an abandoned house or something that hasn't, like a barn that I don't ever see a farmer go into, like, I'm telling you right now, I am going to stop there one day with a torch and I'm going to go inside and take some photos and pick up some shit and have a look at it and put it right back where I got it from. But yeah, I do like exploring places like that, fucking checking out old shit and stuff. And if I do find anything in there that I, think, fuck, I could use that and it's obviously not being used, I'll try my fucking best to get hold of whoever the landowner is or ask neighbors, knock on at neighbors and be like, bro, you know who lives here, or you know what I mean? The nearest neighbors and shit. But yeah. Because of that, I just definitely don't like to just help myself to things, but everyone's different. Fuck, I got some dodgy cousins, and my cousin's boyfriend's a bit of a dodgy fella that does some not so kosher things to get by. But I mean, he has to live with himself at nighttime, not me. So I don't really care what other people do. I have to sleep with myself at night, and I feel like if I were to go around and do all that stuff, knowing how it felt for what I went through, like, yeah, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I'd just be awake, hating life. So I can't do that stuff, but yeah. I'm more inclined to be giving my things away to other people or my time to help other people do shit. Like what is it, Central Kids Kindy, I think it is, in Morrinsville. Fuck, I've just done like, good few jobs for them while I was down there last time. Pumped them out of their garden area, moved all their fucking things around, weeded their whole shit, fucking screwed their bins and stuff back together, and fucking, you name it, did heaps of shit for them, water blasted their garden area and stuff, like, yeah. Told them, if you got the materials, I'll do the labor for free. Like, I don't want anything for it. Like, yeah, try to give back. But I hate fucking money. I guess that's another thing. I fucking hate it, and I wish that we didn't have to live with it. I feel like even a Down syndrome person or like a severely disabled person has something to offer, whether they can just sit there and fold fucking tea towels or washing, or whether they can hold a hose and wash down your driveway or water your plant, whatever it is. I feel like every single person on this planet has a skill that they could offer to somebody else in return for something. Like I could go to one neighbor and be like, hey bro, I'm a master painter by trade. I can do this, that, and the other. I see you got some fruit on the trees. How about I paint your house? It doesn't need to be done for 10 years after that. And for the next 10 seasons, I come and grab, a bag of fruit for my family each week off your trees. And then you go to the next neighbors and you're like, bro, I see you got some fucking good veggies in the garden, or I see you got fucking 20 cattle in. I know you put them in the freezer. How about, like just the barter, just straight up trade shit. Money is fucking ugly. Money is up there with religion, in my opinion. Like it creates fucking problems. It creates distance between people. It creates so many hidden problems that people don't want to talk about because they don't necessarily want to say they're poor and they're struggling, Yeah, it's not. Money's fucked. Money's yuck. And especially when you look a little bit deeper and because of many things you've looked into, there's at least 5 of everything on this planet for everyone. Whether that's still in a manufacturing plant being made, whether that's in a storage facility being waiting to send to Rebel Sport in the warehouse, whatever it is, wherever it is, there is at least 5 of everything on this planet for every single person. It's just mass consumerism. It's just so unnecessary, and to know all of that stuff, like, why can't we trade more things? Why can't there be a trade system or a working to get system instead of having to pay money to get things? Why can't I work Why can't I offer my services and get the same thing as what money does? I don't know. Yeah. It causes so many fucking problems. So many problems. You know, whether it's like you're the child in the family, you've moved out of home, you're trying to make it, you're trying to do your own thing or whatever, and you know, your first bills are coming in, you might not have fucking planned right or whatever, but you're too embarrassed to ask anybody for help, and you end up just digging yourself into this big hole, robbing Paul to pay Peter to get ahead of Tom, and you end up losing your fucking house and homeless and whatever, you know, and then you got to go crawling back to your parents, and you're angry and you're resentment, full of fucking all these things, you know, like, yeah, I feel like without money being an issue, life could be so much more beneficial and so much less stress for so many fucking people in this world. 100%. And let's face it, everyone in fucking government, whether it's our country, anybody's country, they don't give a fuck about the small people in the world. They don't care about homelessness. They pretend to. They pretend to get the votes to get that next fucking seat in Parliament. But what do they actually do for these fucking people? What do they do to rehabilitate people that have come out of prison other than ring up to check a bail address to make sure that they can actually go somewhere? But then where's the stress? It's not on the government. It's on the people that are housing them and the prisoner or whoever's come out of these places with no support because they've got no money to pay rent. They've got no nothing. They're relying on other people. They feel like a fucking burden. And to be honest, half the time, depending how long they've been inside, they don't even know what the fuck's going on out here anymore because so much modernized shit has changed. So many systems have changed. Buildings have moved. They have no car, no fucking anything. Like, what the fuck are they going to do other than reoffend and go back into where they know what's familiar? Where they don't have to worry about paying bills and feeling like a fucking burden. You know? It's fucked. It's so fucked. Yeah, it's so fucked. And we get this medicinal marijuana and shit all legalized to free up the criminal system, right? It's made it worse. I don't know if you're aware, but it has made it fucking worse. At least 10 times worse. Because, like, you can go out, go get your medicinal script, go see your doctor, get your legal weed, yeah, go pick up your controlled marijuana, pay the money, have the medicinal script, get pulled over on the side of the road for a fucking compulsory checkpoint. I still have to do the swab test. Am I exempt because I have a medical certificate? No, we don't. We still have to do the drugs test. And then what happens from that? It's going to come back positive because, hello, I prescribe medical marijuana. I know that. They know that because I've told them, hey, like, but no, you're going to go through that swab. You're then going to be sent a court date. You're going to have to be banned for driving for 24 hours, despite having all this shit to prove that it's legal. They don't give a fuck. And then when you go to court, you then need to prove that what you were smoking or under the influence of that particular day was from this particular jar and not from this bag here. Otherwise, you get sentenced anyway. And in the meantime, we're tying up duty solicitors, the court system, with your first court date just to go and be like, well, it was medicinal. Your second court date to go and prove whether you were using medicinal or not. And how do you even prove that? How can they even prove that? How are they going to blood test you or whatever 7 months, 8 months down the road by the time you get your second court case? Because you plead guilty or whatever at your first one, they tell you what and then your next one is when you actually have the court case, you know. So you're at your second court case 7, 8 months later. If you're lucky, sometimes it's 3 years down the fucking track. You hand all this shit over, and what? They're going to go, well, how do you know that it was from here and not from that bag right there? Well, that's not up to me to prove, that's up to you to prove. But how the fuck are they going to prove that shit? So what happens at that point? We don't know because not very many people have actually finished their processes in the fucking court yet. But trust me, there's over 3,500 people in the court system that have medicinal marijuana prescribed with a prescription that are currently tying up the fucking court system because they're waiting on their court case to prove, which they can't prove, where it came from. Otherwise, we still get treated the same as everybody who doesn't fucking have one. So you tell me what the fucking point is going and spending $140 for 5 grams of weed when I can go and buy a fucking half an ounce for $100. And it's the same fucking weed. And that's another thing that blows my mind. Medicinal marijuana is not supposed to have THC in it. Medicinal marijuana is supposed to have CBD and CBN. Now, how you get that is by growing marijuana past the point of THC production. Then the plant starts to crystallize and sugarize, whatever the fuck it does. It starts eating that THC and converting it to CBD and CBN, which are the medicinal properties. It doesn't get you high. It does not get you high. Medicinal weed doesn't. It puts you to sleep, gives you pain relief. It does not get you high. Normal weed does. This weed is 26% THC. You heard me, THC. So, in fact, this is exactly the same fucking weed that you can buy on the black fucking market. It's not medicinal whatsoever. No CBD, no CBN, and 5 times the fucking price. And still the exact same chance of getting off it as it is when you buy it on the black market if you get pulled over. What the fuck, New Zealand? What the actual fuck, New Zealand, are you doing? Free up the system by decriminalizing and allowing medicinal marijuana for medicinal use only. But all those people are still being treated like fucking criminals. Despite paying the extra money, seeing the doctors, getting the scripts, paying more money for that shit, still being treated like criminals. Well done, New Zealand. Well done, New Zealand. So none of those cunts in government really give 2 flying fucks about any Tom, Dick and Harry. All they really care about is making that gap bigger. And when I talk about that gap, I mean the gap between the rich motherfuckers and the poor motherfuckers. So that they are the furthest away from that end. Because the further away from something they are, the less they have to think about it and feel about it. And do about it. Because it's not their problem. It's not in their mind. You know, the government just made it fucking worse. 100% just fucking made it worse. Yeah, New Zealand is so far behind the times, it's unbelievable. Considering at the same time, we were so ahead of the times. We were one of the only countries in the world to legalize fucking gay marriage and stuff as early as they did. I could go into so many examples, but it's like we are ahead of the times and at the same time in the stone times. Go figure. Go fucking figure. Thank you, New Zealand. Oh, it's ridiculous. And weed, obviously I drink a can here and there. I know people that drink alcohol. Alcohol kills more than fucking weed does. Someone smokes too much weed, bro, they're asleep on your couch. Someone drinks too much alcohol, they run out and they want to go get another fucking box. Because the night's not over yet, you know? Honestly, I'm going to say the weed is average. It's average. My dad used to grow better weed. My mum used to grow better weed than that. Right from when I was a child. Like little teeny bopper. Way better fucking weed than any of the medicinal weed that I've ever had. And it's been better for you, the stuff my mum used to grow. Because it was all 100% organic. She used to use blackcurrant and honey as her fertilizers. So there was never any chemicals whatsoever. That was it. That was what she used. So it was really fruity and really fucking sweet. But it got you so high, and it was always so sticky. Like, it was always the meanest weed. Everyone loved that weed, but I don't talk to my mum anymore because she's a piece of shit. And yeah, just say it's average. It's fucking average. Oh, sorry, I lied. This one is 25% THC and 1% CBD. 1% medicinal. 25% get fucking high. Well done on the medicinal weed. Well done, New Zealand. Oh yeah, well that'll work. I mean, essentially the They look very similar, and if you're an amateur, like at first, like you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a tomato plant when it's a baby and a wee plant when they're babies. But yeah, that food would definitely work. Same with strawberry food, actually, surprisingly. I guess because you are sort of creating a big fucking bud, like a strawberry on it, like a big ass nug. So I guess that's why it would work well. But I wonder if marijuana is classed as a fruit or a vegetable. If tomatoes are a fruit, I'm gonna waver on the fruit side of things. We just had someone go down the street for the first time in this entire live stream. Well, actually, this entire afternoon, should I say? Evening, since it's been dark. Is it like the oil and stuff, oil caps or whatever, the gold oil caps? That's another fire story I could tell you. My brother fucking set fire to himself one time making oil. And again, just stands there on fire, still holding the plastic bottle on fire. Stainless steel bench, right where he was making the oil, open window, concrete floor. 3 places he could have disposed of, thrown, taps right there over the stainless steel. He could have anything, but he just holds it going, dead, oh fuck, fuck. And meanwhile, the plastic's all dripping down his arm and shit. And Dad's like, fucking just throw it, cunt. Like, and so my brother does. He just throws it onto the floor, of all places. Fine, it is a concrete floor, but he throws it on the floor, and then the dog gets a hell fry. And the dog's like, whoa, I'm out of there. And then fucking takes off, takes my dad's feet out right from underneath him. Dad fucking wakes up on the floor like a minute later, and he's like, what the fuck happened? And my brother's still standing there just like, like just dripping fucking plastic down his arms. My dad's like, fucking run underwater, you dumb cunt. Like, how the fuck did that even happen? And my brother's like, yeah, that was 100% my fault. You know, should have known better. And I do know better, but yeah, I started the oven up to have some spots while I was making the oil and with the knives, and spark and boom. Yeah, I've never caught it on fire either because I don't do dumb shit. In fact, like the first 30 times I ever made it, I was so safe about it. So safe. Like, and he hadn't even blown himself up at this point, but I just knew you're working with gases. If there's any spark or flame, like, I'm not stupid, you know? So like, I did some cautious oil making. What can I say? So I'd boil the jug. I'd get me a tray. Let's just imagine this is my big tray that I'm going to spray my shit into. Because, like, I've made it a couple of times with ISO, but for the most part, I just don't like the smell in the house. So I've used butane and stuff. And everyone was like, you're going to get gold oil from butane. Like, it's always going to come out green. And I was like, okay, well, fucking green oil it is. I tell you what, I've mastered the art of gold oil with fucking butane. So I get my big ass fucking pot here of, like, you know, bigger than whatever I've got here. And then I fill this bottom thing up with like enough water that it's not going to submerge this thing, but enough that it's going to sit up the side of it. And then I float this on top of the boiling hot water. At the same time, I'd get my fucking bottle and my butane and so it's already starting to evaporate off, so that butane gas doesn't fucking sit in there and like cook in there, and that's how it ends up green with all that trapped gas in there. And so yeah, I would just evaporate it off, and the second that the bubbles started slowing down, I'd lift this off, tip that water out, have the jug already reboiled, and then I'd, you know, re-pour the water. And honestly, easiest and best way to do it. And then as soon as I was done with the I'd then take that outside and put like a tinfoil with some holes in it so it could breathe, air out, but dust didn't get in it, and just leave it on the deck for the rest of the afternoon, just to completely fucking dechemicalize, you know. But yeah, that's how I did it. So no spark, no elements, no risk of blowing myself up or catching my arms on fire and maybe half the house too. But yeah, just straight evapped it off over boiling water from the jug. And I didn't even have the jug in the same room as me boiling. Like, I would have either, it would be in the kitchen and I'd be out on the back step or whatever doing my shit. And I'd just yell, yo, keep the jug boiling, like, flick the jug on, I'm nearly ready for it, you know? And then somebody else would come and pour it in and fucking Bob's your uncle. Like, that's how scared I was the first few times about making it. I was like, the risk is real. And I'd rather have something to benefit from at the end of this experience than end up at an A&E with some burns from trying to like rush it or trying to do it on an element and maybe spilling something overboard and like fucking blow my face off. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. I have blown my hands to pieces, but not with fire, and not with fireworks either. Not even doing anything fucking dumb. I mean, it was still, I guess, a dangerous fucking thing to be doing, but nothing's not without a risk, I suppose. I was setting up my solar. Well, I wasn't setting it up. It had been set up. We got power for the cabins, and I'd set up power temporarily for the shower room off its own battery and solar panel and shit. And anyway, that particular day, I was going to clad the building that I'd made for the shower. And so I was disconnecting everything and going to reset it up actually properly, because like I just plugged it all in just to be able to have a shower that night sort of thing. First time having hot water in ages without having to boil it. So it just seemed like a really good idea. We'll just temporarily set it up for the night and fucking we'll finish it off another day. Well, the other day came and nobody else was at home. They'd all fucked off to town and I was just there by myself. And I thought, oh yeah, sweet as. I'm the one who set the solar up on my own anyway. I might have asked somebody to like move something or hand me something, but I'd set it up. So I knew what I was doing. Well, I moved the setup over to here, like disconnected it all. That's fine. Fortunately, my saving grace, I had completely unplugged these solar panels. So they weren't live at all. If that was trickle feeding into the battery at the time that I'd done what I did, I wouldn't be here to tell the story. And to be fair, all the nurses and doctors and anybody that knows anything about amperage and human bodies and all that sort of, they even say that I shouldn't be here. All the doctors were just like, what the fuck? I've been to hospital a fair few times for a fair few things. And I tell you, when I blew up my hands, I had more doctors, nurses, orderlies, random strangers, the drink and coffee people, everybody that was possibly able to come into my room was asking to come in my room and see what had happened. Because with electrocution, it's either minor and you don't really need too much help for it, or it's major and you're dead. Now, I had major and I lived through it to tell the story. So they were all in there like, fucking let me have a sleep. I want to check it out. Like, oh, yeah, the whole time I was in there, everyone was just bombing me. And all I cared about was saving my fingers. I didn't think about the internal like surging or anything, or the burns from being fried completely. And so, yeah, as I said, I've moved the fucking thing around a few times, and next thing I'm moving it back, and it's all fucking over, mate. Like, legit, all fucking over. Went to grab it for like the third time that day to actually put it in its permanent place, and I was bent over like this as I grabbed it off the ground, and next thing it's just like, I'm just getting shocked. And I just remember thinking to myself, you've got to let go of this. Like, you have to let it go. But you can't. You can't let it go. You know, for a while when you're getting electrocuted, you're just holding on. Like, whatever you grabbed it with, it locks, you know. And I was just thinking, I'm actually going to die here. I'm going to die here. And next thing, I hear this massive explosion, and I pick myself up off the floor. And yeah, I'd fucking severed, you can't really see on a camera, but I'd actually severed right through all of these. The first knuckle on my hand have like all of these random pock marks from where the wires were going in and out of my hand and shit. And yeah, I severed it to the bone. So the crease marks on either side of your knuckle, all I could see was knuckle on the inside of every finger. It was just straight to the knuckle. And so I'm like, oh my God, like as soon as I get up, and I thought I was yelling, I'm like, but I'm actually silent because the nerve or pathway to my brain from my mouth, it wasn't connected. But it was connected enough for my brain to tell words to my mouth for me to be trying to say them, but nothing was coming out, no voice. Anyway, as I said, no one's at home. So I see my hands and I'm like, fuck. And I'm just thinking, fuck, I don't know if I can still die from a shock like that. And so I run up to my Jeep. I managed to open the boot and throw my phone out using my knuckles, throw my phone out of my pocket. And I'm trying to text my dad. He was like 5Ks down the road. at his house. So I'm trying to text my dad to be like, emergency help, come now, sort of thing. And I managed to get like EMER out, and then everything else was illegible. Fortunately, my dad registered that to be an emergency and got on his bike because he didn't have a car, got on his push bike and rode his push bike all the way up to my house. And anyway, I'm standing in my yard, just managed to try and start sending this message. I get to EMER, and then as I turn around, I see my fucking dogs are right by my side, and they jump up because they'd obviously heard the bang and everything. So they come running over to, like, they're freaking out. And as I turned to look at the dogs, they jumped up and flicked all this mud in my eyes. So now I'm blind, can't see. Can't even open them because when I tried to open to blink, it was just grit in my eyes. So I had to keep them closed. Don't have hands, and I'm just like fucking hammer smashing the boot and anything that I could, because I can't even feel my hands. So I don't know if I'm touching anything or not. And that's how I managed to send him some illegible fucking message, and he shows up. And he's like, what the fuck happened? And I'm like, fuck, I just blew myself up. And I thought I was still facing wherever I was working. No, I wasn't. I'm blind and fucking around, and I didn't know where I was facing at this point. I hear Dad's bike coming, and I'm like, Dad, is that you? Silent. Nothing's even coming out. He gets across the yard halfway, and I'm just... And Dad's like, you can close your mouth, nothing's coming out. And I'm like, what do you mean nothing's coming out? And still nothing's coming out. And he's like, where was it? Just point, just point. And like, I couldn't see, so I'm just pointing to where I thought the shower and stuff was. And because I couldn't even tell him it was at the shower block, because he wanted to make sure nothing was live for the animals, because he was going to have to take me to the hospital, obviously, and leave the animals behind. So he's like running around trying to find what could possibly be live in the area that I'd just fucking pointed. Because as I said, we don't have normal power. We're on solar, you know. And he's like, oi, you fucking dumb bitch. Like, I can't fucking see anything live over here. And then I'm like, it's at the shower, Dad. And then a voice came out. And he finally goes and checks. And he's like, yeah, no, nothing's live. Where's your keys? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. And anyway, I'm like, what do I do? Do I wrap them? Do I wet them? What do I do with this? And he's like, I don't fucking know. I've never had an electrical burn. I've only had real burns, like from water or like, you know. He's like, well, just wrap it with a tea towel. So I go over to my dirty ass green pool that like we normally just use that as rainwater collection, and then siphon that through a filter into our shower. It's just shower water in there. So it was like green ass water, just dip this fucking thing in there. And then half wash my eyes out with this dirty ass water, and then wrap my hands in this green tea towel, and then Dad drove me to the hospital. But yeah, it was pretty fucking, it was a pretty intense time. It was a pretty intense time, and I was pretty grey apparently. I don't remember being grey or anything. I just remember saying to my dad halfway along, do you think I can still die now? Because I really don't feel that good. And he was like, I'm getting you there as fast as we can. It's faster than an ambulance. I tell you that. And I'm like, yeah, all right, Dad. And then yeah, fucking next thing, as soon as I arrive at the hospital and just tell them that I've been electrocuted, they didn't even ask to look at my hands. They asked what I was electrocuted on. And when I told them that I was electrocuted from a deep cycle solar battery that's 100 amp hours, straight through, bro. Like 5 doctors came out straight onto a fucking thing, straight out the back, into my own room, straight on a heart machine. It was pretty intense. And I was just saying to them, can you guys like just fix my hands? Like, I'm a painter, I live off grid. I fucking am building every day with these bad boys. I need these things, you know. And they go, never mind your hand. Like, we'll deal with that later. And I'm like, but later might be too late. Like, they're fucked. I can see bones in there. You're like, you know, like, it's not bleeding because it's severed, but like, fucking, can you fix my hands, please? And they're like, yeah, fuck your hands, mate. Like, we've got to check your heart. We've got to make sure there's no burning. Like, yeah, it was pretty crazy. But for like 3 hours, I was just annoying the fuck out of them, because honestly, all I cared about was not losing my fucking hands. And after like 8 hours in there of them cleaning all the shit out, because obviously off grid, building a shower at the time, when I fell over, I landed in the mud and had to get myself up before I realized that my hands were open wounds. Yeah, they had to like spend 8 hours soaking them and cleaning them, trying to get all the stuff out, so I didn't end up with like a bone infection and stuff. That was like the biggest scare. And then the gap between like this one especially and this finger, because that knuckle's so big, it had spread so far, they weren't sure if I was gonna have to get like a fucking what do they call it, where they take skin from somewhere else and put it on it. But no, she healed all right, healed up all okay. And yeah, as soon as I was being discharged, fucking the orderlies were coming back in again. Like, everybody that had come in when I first got there was like, oh, I'm off home now. I just wanted to come in and just double check and make sure, you know, like, see how you're doing. And I'm like, yep, still haven't done the hands though. Oh, it's pretty fucking, yeah, skin graft, that's what it's called, yeah. Fuck, it was pretty funny. It's pretty funny. And then, yeah, as soon as I was healed enough and like wrapped my hands up like fucking mittens, literally, like I could not use them the next day. It was so bullshit. And they're like, leave that on for a week. And I'm like, bro, you've seen the state of me, how I came in. Like, leave that for a week, bro. I'm gonna have to change this every fucking day. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's gonna be caked in mud by tomorrow afternoon. And it was. So I did have to change it every fucking day. But you know, they healed mint as fuck. Like, but you can only tell when you actually like push on that part, because it's like there's a big ridge in the middle where the skin is like a big scar tissue. And I'm still, even to this day, like 3 years later, pulling bits of copper wire out of my hand and shit in a couple of places. I think I've still got like 2 pieces left in there. So yeah, but I discharged that solar battery to 49% and it was fully charged. Now those, so they guesstimate I had between 42 amps and 56 amps consistently running through me for however long it took to drain that 51% through my fucking body. And at the hospital, they were telling me most people don't live past 5 amps coming into your body. Most people will die anywhere after 5 to 10 amps. You're fucking pushing your luck, mate. Only like 2% of people will live with 10% or 10 amp shocks. You know, like you will die. That's why they had all the machines to make sure my internal temperature and my heart and everything was okay and stuff. But you know, it was sweet as. But they realized how they figured out the amperage and current that I had running through me was because the plug, the Anderson plug that plugs into the solar panels, is rated at 56 amps. The cables that are plugged into that because I wired it all up myself, literally the plug, I made everything from just pieces, you know, like, so I knew what I was doing and I was trying to be extra careful at the time when I did it, but it was just a freak accident. They think maybe there was a split in the cable and then I must have lent that down on top of the positive or something and just fucking wore the shock, you know, because I was grounded on the other side. They're not really sure. But I used the battery afterwards, never had a fucking problem for the rest of the 2 years I had it until it was robbed and stolen from a house. But yeah, so the cable was rated at 42 amps. Now, it melted the cable completely. I carried the cable around. It used to be in the back of the Jeep with me everywhere I went, but it's now in my container at home. It's like my good luck charm. Don't ask me why. This melted piece of plastic with a few copper wires still left in it. Probably my skin and stuff too, but yeah, so it melted the 42 amp cable but didn't melt the 56 amp plug. So I had anywhere between 42 and 56 amps pumped through me. 51 hours, 51 amp hours of battery power too into my body. Yeah, it was a fucking ruthless one. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's probably maybe the closest I've come to death. I've had a few near death fucking stories. Well, let's just say that is the closest I've come to instant death. Yeah, another time I got a little tiny scratch on my face from a dog. Put a plaster on it because, like, animals be fucking gross, you know. And I thought I'd just be safe then sorry. And so I had it on for a few days and I thought, fuck, actually feels like it's, you know, been on long enough. Obviously I changed the plaster, but just kept it covered for a few days. And then I thought, fuck yeah, I'll give it some air for this day. And I shouldn't have done that where it was, because I was at like the bro's house and his house. He's a fucking dirty cunt. Like, I'm not gonna lie, he's probably one of the dirtiest people I've ever met in my life. And like, if you shower at his house, you want to wear shoes. I'm not even joking. Like, wear your shoes, because like pink shit all up the wall. Like, just fucking, he's just gross. Anyway, I was at his house and he was having like a birthday party or something that night, and I didn't really want to go with a big ass ugly plaster on my face, and it had been on for like 4 days, so I fucking ripped that off. And yeah, I was just like chilling at the bros, and I don't know, I must have touched the couch and like rubbed my face or something. I don't know. But by the next day, my fucking thing had like swollen out like an extra chin on the side of my face. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, how's it got bad again? Like, it was almost healed. So I put another plaster on it, put some antiseptic on it, and I went to sleep that night. And I couldn't really sleep. Like, I just felt real hot and cold. Like, obviously, I didn't realize at the time I had a bit of a fever. But I knew this thing on my face was starting to throb. And so I was like, fuck, Google, what can you do for like an infected lump or whatever? And they're like, do a hot compress. So I was like, sweet. So I went upstairs, got me a hot water bottle, got a clean tea towel out of my own car, soaked it in some salt water, like out of a fresh cup and everything, you know, and put it on top of the hot water bottle and put it on my face to try and bring it to the surface so that it might come out the hole, you know, that was there from the scratch. And so that's what I did, but I ended up falling asleep because obviously I didn't feel that well. And I did, the worst thing was the hot compress went from being on where it should have been to down here, and it heated all my ligaments, my tendons, and it separated them because they got really fucking warm and hot, and the infection went in between all the layers of the muscle and the ligaments and the tendons. I didn't know this at the time. I wake up the next morning and I'm like, oh, I don't feel good. Like, I felt nauseous. I felt hot. Like, so I text a mate and I was like, bro, I'm going to need you to come pick me up and drop me to the fucking hospital because I don't think I can drive. Like, and I don't want to call an ambulance all the way out here. And they're like, oh, yeah, no worries. Fuck, it took them like the whole day to get there. I'm not going to lie. They didn't show up till like 5 o'clock that afternoon. And had I known they were going to take all day, I would have asked somebody else. But they said they were coming. So I just crawled back into the back seat of my Jeep because I was staying at the bro's house. So I was just sleeping in the Jeep. So I was across the back seat and I passed out. And I wake up at 5 o'clock to my mate coming to pick me up to take me to the doctors. And I go to step out of the van and fuck, I just hit the floor on the ground. And I'm like, whoa, fuck, I don't feel very good. And at this point, my whole face was like out here, like my chin, my neck, it was one with my collarbone. Like, it was just like, and I was like really feeling like it was almost sort of starting to push on my airways. And I was like, yeah, I need to go now. So I left my dog with the people at the house, got a ride to the hospital. And as soon as I arrived, they were like, you know, that's a fucking bad infection. Again, rushed straight through in front of everyone. Like, people seen me at the back. My mate put me in a wheelchair because I couldn't walk. So I'm standing at the back of the queue with like 8 people. And people were just looking, just watching, just turning around every now and then, as you do when you're in the hospital. And then the person in front of me was like, fuck, what's wrong with her? And my mate was like, oh, bro, we don't know, just fucking infected face, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, shit, I think you should go first aid because, like, I've just got, like, a broken ankle. Like, she didn't look good. And at this point, I'm, like, basically passed out in the chair because the infection was so bad. It was a blood infection at this point. And again, I didn't know this yet. And so, yeah, I rushed basically all the way up. And they take me straight through. And that's cool. In the first cubicle where you normally get, like, your blood pressure and you see the nurse, well, they didn't just do that. They were like, yeah, you're getting a fucking amoxicillin straight into the veins. We're going to give you some antibiotics, some pain relief and shit. And I'm like, yes, pain relief, please. Like, more importantly, like, fuck, it's so painful. And they're like, yeah. So they give me pain relief. Within half an hour of getting the amoxicillin and pain relief, I just said to them, I was like, something's not right. So whatever you've given me, it's making it worse. And they were like, yeah, it's an infection. It's going to feel worse before it gets better. It's not instant, you know. We can give you some more pain relief, but, you know, your next antibiotic shot isn't for a couple of hours. And I'm like, yeah, okay, all right, I'll trust you. And then give it 2 hours. Like, they put me in a ward already, you know, my own room. They knew that I was admitted. I was staying there. They were getting surgeons on call in case they needed to drain it and shit. Yeah, so I was taken straight into ICU. Or was it ICU? HTU is the worst one, which I did end up in while I was there. So I went straight to ICU. They fucking give me another shot of the antibiotic. And as soon as that went in, within 20 minutes of it being injected in, I just started struggling to breathe. And like, I had to sit myself back up in the bed. And I was like, no, I can't lie down. I can't breathe. Like, this is scaring me. Like, what the fuck? And so my heart starts racing and stuff. And the pain got worse because it's actually what the amoxicillin was doing was feeding the bug that was in my face. So amoxicillin would normally like fix any standard infection, and it fixed the original cut where the dog had scratched me. But at the bro's house, I got another bug in my system, which was actually one from deep down in the earth, because they've got like a big fucking working orchard out the back, and like they grow cucumbers and shit, you know, like where they turn over the soil. And so obviously all that shit wafting into his house that he never fucking cleans, and pesticides, whatever it was, fucking got into my infection. And so that bug had gone and eaten the standard staphylococcus infection, and they'd made babies in there. And so now it wasn't just a normal fucking bug anymore, but they were trying to treat it like it was. And they didn't know that at that point, right? And they're trying to get samples of it so that they could test it to see what it was. They stopped giving me amoxicillin. I still kept getting fucking really, really quickly worse. And they said to me, basically, we're going to have to intubate you, you know, like we're going to send you down to HDU. So I sent it to HDU where I passed out from the pain, and I wake back up to like 20 fucking nurses and shit in the room. It was insane. And they're like, you just had a 777. We've brought you back round. You're under pain relief. You've now got your own pain pump because like you can't afford to not have any pain relief. So if you have to wait 20 minutes for the nurses to come in, 20 minutes is going to be too long. You're going to pass it. Your body's under too much stress. And I'm like, okay, sweet ass. So I'm pumping away at this thing, which is good. It's keeping a good baseline. And then I could ask for extra stuff on top, which I needed to. And they'd bring me extra pain relief. But then I fell asleep that night because I finally managed to get the pain under control and get into a comfy enough position that I could still sort of breathe in. And I was nil by mouth, no fluids, no amoxicillin, no nothing, not even a drip for fluids. Like they had taken everything off me at this point because everything they were giving me was just feeding this infection. And so I'd gone from being here to the collarbone, from here to the shoulder, just within 8 to 10 hours of being admitted into the hospital and giving those 2 shots of antibiotics. It was pretty fucking crazy. So then they spent the next 5 days sending me in and out of ICU, HDU, critical care, all of the fucking worst ones that you could be in before you die. I died 3 times while I was in there. They almost had to restart my heart, but with the bag thing, breathing, everything sort of restarted again on its own. So yeah, I died 3 times in there. And then on day 5, they came in and I said to my nurse that morning, I was like, do you think that if they don't make a cure, because that's the thing, they had to actually get a sample, figure out what it was, and then make a cure for it. So they finally, day 4, managed to get enough of a sample out of it that they could figure out it was staphylococcus with something else. They had to get somebody fly up from Christchurch. They flew into Auckland City. There was 3 people at all times from Auckland University, like high up studiers, and one of the like head fucking surgeons for what's it called? It's like a 3 at the inebriated, but it's like ear, nose, and mouth. Doctor ENC or ENT doctors or something, ear, nose, and throat doctors, surgeons. So they had one of them on call under the Auckland City Hospital in this place called the Vault. I didn't even know it fucking existed. So at all times there was the 3 uni students that were high up studiers, the fucking top surgeon of the entire country, and some specialist fucking medical maker, pharmaceutical maker from Christchurch flew up, and they were working underneath me at the Auckland Hospital in the Vault, trying to make a vaccine for, well, actually, first off, trying to make babies in a petri dish to find out what the bug actually is and see if they had a vaccine for that or anything for that, which they didn't. Turns out the second infection that I'd got has never been in a medical case before, but has been found, so they know about the bacteria, but it's only ever been found from like earth surveying and like quarries and things like that, like deep in the fucking earth, like a prehistoric fucking infection basically. And so yeah, obviously I got that in there, and then those 2 made a baby. So it was a completely new one that they didn't know, but they knew how it was made. So they spent 5 days in this Vault fucking trying to make this thing. They finally did. They come in on day 5 and they're like, we got good news and we got bad news. The good news is we figured it out. We've figured out the 2 infections. We knew this was staph. We figured out that this was something illin, like ended like penicillin, but ended with that was the end of the thing. I can't remember. I've got a piece of paper with it on it anyway, because I feel like it's almost as good as having a bachelor's degree, especially with the story that goes with it. But yeah, so the 2 things, they figured out what they were, and then they managed to make them make a baby to create whatever the fuck they figured out what they thought was in my face. But they still couldn't actually get the joined bug. They could only get samples of the separate ones in my face. So they really weren't sure how it had made one fucking baby, right? To make this really deadly infection. But they figured it out eventually. Day 5, day 6 comes, and I think it was the evening of day 5. I said to my nurse, do you think if they don't get me a medicine, like, do you think I'm probably going to die? Like, and she was like, I mean, they're working as hard as they can. I was like, that I know. I'm not saying they're not, and I appreciate all of that. But what I'm wondering is, like, what are the chances? Do you think I'm actually gonna fucking die today if we don't do anything? Because as it was, nil by mouth. I mean, you can see I'm not a fat person. I'm quite skinny. I was losing fucking a kilo a day in there. I lost so much weight in there every day. No fluids, no water, no food, no nothing. Only ice blocks that I couldn't even chew and swallow because I was so swollen and couldn't breathe that I just had to melt it and then try and like dribble it down the tiny bit of an airway that I had. It was mainly just to keep my mouth moist because it feels horrible when you're that dehydrated. So yeah, I was losing a kilo a day, and by the end of it, by day 7, when they finally come running in, fucking people come running in. There's 2 surgeons that were waiting in case they needed to like intubate me or put me on a breathing machine, whatever. They came running in with the 4 people from under the vault, and they were so excited. They were like, "So we've got it, we've made something. Like it's beaten it in the petri dish. Putting it in a human is a completely different story. We need you to sign this waiver because like the pill alone." We don't know how it's going to react. It could kill you. It might not work, but this is the best we've got. And so they tried that. It didn't work. Fortunately, there were other people taking their place when they left. So they were still working on other possibilities of what they could make for it in case it didn't work. And so for the next 2 days, so up to day 9, they were trialing these things, and it was just keeping it at bay. Like it wasn't getting any bigger because they were putting these red marks, like drawing around it every fucking hour. And it was so bad, like it had come right down, like all the way down here. Like I couldn't even shut my arm or anything. It was madness. Yeah, so between day 7 and 9, when they were fucking trialing these pills, it stopped growing, but they still couldn't kill it. And then in the end, it was day 10, they came in with the intravenous form of the medicine. I can't remember what it is. And so they started giving me that. And only after 2 days did I actually feel my throat actually start constricting, but the swelling definitely started going down. Obviously, with the sheer weight of it, like I was swollen out to here. This was all airway and stuff like that. So yeah, I was in ICU up until like day 11, I think, when I was put back in a normal ward. And then I was in there for another 4 days getting this intravenous treatment. And then they said, "Oh, look, you're looking well enough. How do you feel?" And I was like, "I feel like I want to fucking go home. Like, if this is working, give me the pills, bro, and send me fucking home. Like, I've been in here for like 2 weeks. Like, this is unheard of. I didn't fucking cut off a leg or slice myself open in my innards and need major surgery. So, like, oh, I kind of want to go home just for an infection now. Like, yep, I feel like I'm not dying." So she was like, "Sweet, we'll get onto that." And we're just waiting for the vault to let us know that the pill form stuff is going to be ready for you. Otherwise, we can't really release you, but I just wanted to see how you felt about it. So I was like, yeah, I'm keen. So the next day, they come in first thing in the morning and they're like, "Looks like you're going home today." And I'm like, yes, 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 yes. I'm so excited. I didn't even think about the pills or anything. I just figured they'd have all their fucking shit together and stuff. Or did they? No. No. Tell me I can't skip my pill and pick it up at this place at this time. So I go to pick it up at this place at this time. It's not even ready. Coda, come here. Coda! Oi! Shut up! You're setting your brother off, you fuckwit. Yeah, you're pretty madness. So I get this pill. I'm supposed to get this pill 6 o'clock. Not there, not ready. Can't do it. So I had to wait till the next day to get this fucking pill finally. And I get it the next day, but I start taking it, and by that point the infection's already started to come back, and this pill was not strong enough. So I end up back in hospital for like another fucking 5 days or 6 days or some shit. It's just like a whole nother cycle of it. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, I've got like a sheet that says the infection that's named after me and the new medication that's named after me, which is, yeah, that's it. I mean, at that point, didn't anybody physically ingest or display infection before? And who knows, perhaps the one that's down in the earth that they do know about, before it mated and made babies in my face. Perhaps that one, if you do get it on its own, maybe it could be treated with a standard antibiotic. I don't know. I didn't even ask those questions. But yeah, it had never come up medically before, that particular thing. Whereas staphylococcus, we all know, many people suffer staph infections, and you can get them so simply and simply, just a basic fucking bacterial infection, so yeah, it was a crazy It was a crazy one. Had a few near-death experiences in my life. But yeah, that's definitely a good one. But let's just hope that nobody else ever fucking ends up with that. And if they do, hopefully it's not to the same extent. But it makes me wonder if it changes anything, like knowing that the hospital gave me that thinking it was a standard infection and just about killed me by doing so because it fed the other infection. Makes me wonder if now, even if it's just that hospital that I went to, if they test before they just provide an antibiotic for an infection. Like if they actually physically try and get a hold of whatever the bug is, or take a sample or take your blood or whatever to try and get whatever it is. I wonder if that particular hospital actually tests first now before they just go, oh, let's just pop in 500 milligrams of amoxicillin. Or maybe not, because I'm the only case in New Zealand, or possibly even worldwide, that's ever encountered that bug like that. So I don't know if it changes anything, but you'd like to think maybe it should. Maybe it should change how they just fucking pop pills in and think that that's just the be all and end all. Motherfuckers nearly killed me. Although they weren't trying, they were actually trying to do what's right. But yeah, I blame the bros for being such a dirty cunt anyway. Because if he wasn't such a dirty cunt and actually wiped down his handrails and vacuumed his house and cleaned his benches, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have got that bug. He's the kind of dude that like all my mates, actually, even my dad, everyone, because I'm like not afraid of gore or like anything fucking too graphic, The other ones that come to me and they're like, I'll smash my whole finger apart, bro, and like you can see bone and shit, like, like, oh, do you think you can fix that for me? And like 9 times out of 10, I fix whatever's wrong with people that come to me, because I can, and I know that it can actually be done. Keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't get infected, or go see the doctor, usually the advice afterwards. But for the most part, I can handle some pretty gory things and fix some pretty messed up injuries, Definitely can. It's not something that really, really bothers me. But you get those times, where like someone will rock up with like something that's like absolutely fucking horrific. Oh, bro, you reckon you can? And I'm like, oh, how did you get here? And they're like, oh, bro, the bro dropped me off. And I'm like, why the fuck didn't you get the bro to drop you off at the hospital, motherfucker? Like, that's not a me fix. That's yeah, you're gonna need some stitches and that shit. Definitely gonna need some stitches and that shit. But yeah, that bro, he's the kind of dude that you rock up to his house and like, he'll have like the smallest of injury, but it's like the most septic fucking thing you'll see. You know what I mean? And I always said to him, it's because he fucking does all this gross shit with his hands, and then obviously like picks at his pimples and his scratches and whatever, gets itchy and has a scratch and leaves all that bacteria in places where it shouldn't be. It crawls its way into his into his injuries, I should have fucking known better. Seen his scody arms and shit like that, Should have fucking known better than to leave a plaster off something when you're at someone's house that's always got festering sores. Now, you know what? We're talking about that star before. It's fucking gone. That bright as fuck star is gone, and there's not a cloud in the fucking sky. It was in the same place for like 2 hours. And now there's nothing. Nothing anywhere in that part of the sky. Anywhere. What the hell? I'm tripping. I told you, I knew it. I knew I should have fucking done my star app and seen what it was. Anyway, too late now. Too late now. No, stars don't move. Well, I mean, technically, we all move, we all rotate around, but they stay proportionately stagnant with other stars around it. And they move at the same space that the other stars move. That's tripped me right the fuck out. Because the other faint star that I could see, that I said I didn't know if you could see, is still there. Just slightly further that way, because the moon's coming from across that way. East. And sets in the west. Trippy. I just knew it was way too fucking bright. But yeah, it was definitely still. Like, it wasn't hovering or moving around that I could see with the naked eye anyway. I usually, like, find a tree line or line up my door frame or something, and I'll lean against the door frame so that I'm not sitting there trying to be still and ever so slightly moving. I'll lean against the door frame or something, and then I'll position that star with another star so that I can track, to make sure that, one, they're moving together, or two, that thing's not fucking changing in height or distance, or yeah. So I definitely know it was behaving like it was a star, because that motherfucker was still out there for ages. And that should have said it all, because it shouldn't have been still. It should have been actually tracking over. But yeah, it was so bright. Like, for you to see stars on a camera when the light's on inside as well, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Because the light pollution from here, which spills out onto the deck, usually creates a bit of a glary bubble sort of thing around whatever, so your lens doesn't focus the same in the distance or in the darkness, as it's completely darkness. Same as our eyes. Like, I can go stand here on the deck and I can't see past the trailer right now, or the trampoline, or the kitchen area. But if I turn these lights off and I go outside and sit outside for five minutes, I could see all the way down to the bus and where my goats are. Probably couldn't see my goat, one of them, because he's quite dark coloured. But yeah, I can definitely see where their houses and shit are down the bottom. Just let your eyes adjust. And right now there's a plane. And I don't know where that is, because I can hear it and I cannot see it. That way, I can definitely hear that. Cannot see it. Cannot see it. And that's actually bizarre, because there's no real flight path out that way, because there's like Dargaville and Kaikoui. I mean, Kirikiri's up there, but generally speaking, you'd have to come from this way, like Auckland ways or whatever, because I don't imagine if you're coming from Australia or Hawaii, you can fly direct into a tiny little fucking airport at Kirikiri now, can you? And Whangarei has an airport, but Whangarei is out fucking that way. So I don't know why there even is a plane out there that I can't see, but I can most definitely hear. I can also hear the wild pigs and a possum right now. Bizarre. Oh yeah, old LB. LB the impatient, we call him. My grey goat, he's entire, so he's still got his nuts. His name's Patience. And then LB is a wether, so he doesn't have nuts. I didn't decide that. I would never. I don't like the idea of taking nuts off animals. I feel like rehome them somewhere they'll be utilised, or find a paddock for them where it's not next to another entire male where they're going to fight. You know what I mean? Like, surely it's not that hard. I don't feel like we should fucking... We wouldn't like it if our nuts or our tits were chopped off. That's for fucking sure. Just because somebody else in the paddock's got some. Like, but anyway, he's a rescue, so he came with no nuts. But I feel like he's like a cashmere goat. I don't feel like he's a milking goat like my other ones. He's so soft and he doesn't smell because he doesn't do gross things to himself. I haven't figured out if that's because he's like a cashmere, like a different breed, or if it's because he's got no nuts. I'm not sure. But most boy goats do some fucking disgusting things. I don't know how much you know about goats, or how much you want to know about goats, but yeah, they really do some horrendous things. All in the name of dating a girl goat. Oh yeah, Dougie. It's not much out there. I don't really go out there at all. Through COVID though, we did have to like come up that way a bit, and when we had, I think beginning of 2022, there was a few... What are you doing, Coda? There was a few cyclones and storms and shit. She's just called herself another fucking possum. Check this cunt out. Coda, what are you doing? Where's my bloody torch gone? Yeah. Let me show you. She's just fucking running with another possum. Yeah, we had to take the long way around. Here we go, turn this bad boy around. I don't know if you can see, but she is there with a fucking possum. I'm pretty sure there's another carcass still already over there. Or is that the same fucking one? Why are you out here guarding it? Hey, LB. There's the goat, one of them. Hey, baby. Fuck, that possum stinks, Coda. You need to hurry up and eat that if that's from yesterday. I feel like it's the same one she's been guarding for like ever. Yeah, that's what I don't know if you've seen her, but she like bolted past the door and then bolted back, parading her possum. Yeah, we had to take the back roads through the fucking floods and cyclones for a while there, come up through Dargaville. But it's a way longer trip, although technically Google Maps Ks wise it's the same, like 2 to 5 Ks difference. But the road is so treacherous. Even the Tars Hill road, so fucking shit from all the floods and just the bad weather out those ways, that the road is like, in some places you're actually, and I'm a pretty fucking good driver, you're actually down to like 50 Ks in open road. And then the rest of this way down here from Dargaville back is pretty much gravel from the main road. Get like 5-10 minutes out of Dargaville and then you have to turn off onto our road and it's just straight gravel. Straight gravel. Yeah, she's most definitely playing with it. She's literally out there running down to the goat house, like dropping her possum down, running down to the goat house and being like, and then running back to her possum, and then dropping the possum again, like picks it up, throws it around a little bit, drops it down, runs over to where the chickens are all asleep on the deck here, and she's like, and then she like barks at them a little bit, and then she'll go back over and then just stand there, look at the possum, look at the door, wander over here a couple of times, act like she's going to come inside the house tonight, and I shut the door, and then she wants to go back out the doors when the door's shut. She's just playing games, full stop. Not even just with the possum, but she'll be playing me too. I want to go for a wander and see if I can grab these fireworks out the shed real easy. Let me go see what's there. Yeah, it's funny, eh? Because, like, the fucking goat doesn't give a shit. The chickens certainly don't give a fuck about a possum. I've never even seen them go up and, like, pick at anything that's left over of the possum, to be honest. Oh, it's freaking cold out there, I'll tell you that. Jesus Christ. Just the wind. I don't actually know what it is, to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of this fucking bong. It's it could well be. It could well be. It really needs like a bigger comb piece and a rush hole and a bigger hose to breathe through. Like, it's actually just fucking gay as. I got a few of them. Got a few of them here. I've got that one. And we've got this big bad boy. Fucking whore he is. That was the bro made that one. And then I did have a... Oh, I feel like the other ones are down at the down in the bus, actually. But my favorite one, which is just a moji fucking, those little aloe vera, or I don't drink them because I think they're yuck. But they're like those little bottles, and they're like hexagonal shaped, and they're like Japanese or Chinese little drinks. You get them at the fruit and veggie stores and stuff. my current bong, I think it's fucking mean, is just made out of that. Some garden hose and an actual fucking comb piece just shoved in it. But yeah, that's mean. It's just got mean pull, mean suction and shit. Yeah, this bottle was what? Don't even know. House. What does it say? Might have been like a tequila bottle or something. Yeah, I feel like big bongs, you just waste heaps, honestly. I want to pull it apart now because I want to know what bottle it was. This is the hoariest fucking cone attachment I think I've ever seen in my life. It's more blue tack in this than at the fucking blue tack warehouse. Where they make the fucking shit. What the fuck is going on with that? I actually don't even fucking have any idea. Unwind some weird fucking copper wire that's got like some shells or something on it. Oh, fucking no. I'll show you in a moment. All in the name of trying to see what the embossed writing is underneath this fucking mess. Okay, alright. You're like, what is the purpose in this? Buried in the blue tack. Like literally buried in the blue tack. There's blue tack all through this fucking... Like, what? But it was just around this top, underneath this socket, or like whatever that is. It was just underneath this. It wasn't actually even like, because the blue tack's what's holding this in. So I don't even know what the point in that. Maybe it was his lucky charm. Who knows? The bro gave me it. Fuck, that's ugly. Such an ugly fucking mount. God. Like, how much blue tack do we need? Like 1 lump, 2 lumps, and they're big as fat lumps. 3 lumps, and there's still more on it. Fuck. And there's more wire wrapped around it. What the hell? House of Hugo Stirrer. No. N. It's missing 1 letter, but it says House of missing letter. NGO Stirrer. Ingos. I don't know what that could be. Angostura. Angostura. I don't fucking know. Trying to figure out what the missing letter. Established 1824. So it's the old as fuck one. And what, I mean, if that's what he was trying to do, I'm embarrassed for him because it really was not fucking airtight. I'll make it fucking airtight now. Well, I never used it because it was just fucking a gay setup. What have we got in this box of tricks? What the fuck? How many O-rings do you need? Like, what the hell is going on with this? Oh, and, oh, well, I just threw 1 out, but there's still more inside. Like, what the? I don't even know where that one went. Lucky we didn't need it. Because we've got 75 more O-rings right here. Don't you worry about that, guys. What the fuck? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 O-rings so far. Let's see if we can't make this crank. I'll probably still hate it even if I do, but you know. Got to do something to have something to complain about, I suppose. One piece of shit on them. I'm sure I've got a better fucking comb piece than that, actually. What are we doing here? Let's see what we got in this toolbox. Most random setup. Bro, it was so dusty in there. Dustier than a nun's fucking... He's even like actually screwed the fucking copper pipe into it. Now, do we have some pliers? Oh, check out these fucking random pills that I found on the side of the road. And yeah, I definitely think I'd rather a nun's than this dusty bad boy. Yeah, I scored these on the side of the road when I stopped to pick up, like, you know, someone was throwing out a whole bunch of free shit. And I didn't go for these, okay? These weren't advertised, guys. No, they weren't. I went because they had a baby gate and I wanted it for my dog to, like, stop her from going in and out whenever the fuck she wants, you know? And so I was like, oh, I'll go check out, see if the baby gate's any good. And when I was there, I ended up getting a fucking mean-ass, like, $180 lawnmower that they thought was broken, that they just hadn't, like, aligned the blade things properly. So that works mean-ass. Like a push-hand push mower, like, fucking mean-ass. It's outside right now. I actually use it. It's pretty sweet. No gas required. All good. Yeah, I fucking was rummaging through trying to find, maybe see if they had like a soft toy or something that I could give to the dog to destroy. And yeah, I found these fucking things. And it's so funny. It says, do you want to impress your latest boyfriend by proving that you're a virgin? Take 8 pills and your newest love will think he's the first to pass through those golden gates of ecstasy. Use it again and again because it works every time. Now, you may find yourself using the following statements. I've just saved myself for you. Now you've had my cherry. Can I have your BMW? That's literally what it says. I didn't make that shit up. Patented ingredient. Use again and again. No one can tell the difference. By Dr. H. Orney. And they expired. Where did I see the expiry date? Oh, there we go. 20 years ago. 2006. Embarrassing. so dusty, holy shit. Yeah, apparently the ladies one's supposed to shrivel that shit up and make it feel like a virgin again, apparently. What do you want, Coda? Stop barking outside, you fucking feral dog. Oi! The fuck are you barking at? Go get it. Coda! Look, you fucking dumbass. Look, there's nothing there. Look, nothing. Coda! You sure? There's literally fucking nothing. Not even a possum, you cocksucker. Coda! Oi! I'm gonna go get your possum. Yeah, I'm gonna go get your possum. Better run. That's right, you fucktard. Fucktard. Alright. Your sister's a dick, Wazzy. Shut up. Go. Okay, I think we got that pretty tight. Gold. Shut up your face. Alright, I think that's pretty clear. Now, what the fuck is going on with that shit there? Bend this bloody copper pipe. Go sort your fucking brother out, mate. Look what you've done. Bro, these dogs, mate. Yeah, off-grid, like, fucking got all the tools for anything. Gotta have them handy, because you never know when you're gonna need it. What the fuck is that? Like glue or some shit? No wonder it's not fucking sealed, bro. Get off of there. So much shit that it's just unnecessary. Must have been an amateur bong builder. He literally just like glued a flat washer onto it. Like onto the bottle, you know, like the bit you're supposed to slide your comb piece through. He literally just fucking, what an idiot, amateur. Alright, well, we're starting to feel a little bit more fucking airtight. Well, that feels way better for a comb piece. Okay, so I can throw that shit out. Are you going to come in and actually stay inside, you dickhead? Or are you going to keep being a menace to society? Cody? Are you going to come in? Good girl. Can I close the door now? No? As soon as I say, can I close the door, she's back out there. Okay, let's see. What can we do about that? We'll use a little bit of tape. Come on, Bubba. Let me just shut the door. Come inside. Good girl, baby. Go to fucking bed, mate. Stop barking at the world. Good girl. Don't give me that face. See how long that lasts. I'm going to give her 2 minutes before she's back out here being a dickhead. This better be worth at least one fucking turn out of, otherwise I'm going to be most disappointed. All this work for nothing. Tiny bit more tape. Just trying to seal off that broken I'm trying to fix. Because fucking Alex took my shitty little Moji bong home the other night. I've been waiting for him to drop it back off. And well, he hasn't. And I'm just not really okay with the other 20 million bongs that I've got here. And I was having to complain about it, and I thought, well, actually, maybe I might try and fucking fix one. And see how we go. Fix the fucking Jesse Magoozies. Alright, come on, you piece of shit. Just got to get this fucking copper pipe back in right now. We'll try that, shall we? Get that sealed on there. We don't need half the fucking glue tack shop. Can't say I've ever actually used blue tack on any of my bongs before. But it was already on it. Because it's a shit fucking cut. Some bitch ass wigger don't know how to cut glass. Oh. Maybe we're getting somewhere. And I now know why he had the fucking blue tack and shit all up underneath that bottom part. Because that shit ain't sealed. But even so, we still don't need the whole fucking packet of blue tack on it. Now do we, chat? Alrighty. Are we nice and sealed? Not quite. And yes, I'm well aware I could probably just pick the bong up instead of having to bend over like a fucking retard. But you know. Okay. Are we all sealed? think we might be good. Alrighty. Throw these other fucking pieces of shit away. Clean up this dusty old piece of shit. Because, like, who knows? I reckon Jesus smoked out of that last. Mary signed the inside of this fucking cone piece. Minter. Fucking mint, man. You know, I probably smoked out of worse cone pieces than that. Yep. Let's hope so. I don't fucking want that piece of shit. Fucking seashells, fucking shit. Right, we don't need you. We don't need you. We definitely don't need a stapler for that job. Let's find the lid. Oh, sure, I even found some of these bad boys. I don't think I'm going to need them, but we'll get one out just in case. We will get one out. 20 mils. Fuck, it's about as big as my ego. And this kind of job is what sucks. Yep, mesh. Mesh is what kind of sucks about having blown my hands up. It takes me for fucking ever to get them apart because I can't feel my fingers the same. Not ideal. Well, since we just cleaned that fucking bad boy out, let's at least hoon the first cone piece through a fucking mesh. So we don't just suck it straight through. And if it don't fit, fucking force it, mate. That's what she said. All right, let's have a try. I know I'm gonna complain anyway because the rush hole's smaller than a chicken's brain. Oh, it's getting windy out there. Thought it was windy before. Okay, let's throw some fucking water in this bitch. Not on the floor, you fucktard. Perfect. Coda, you're not going outside, you fucking retard. Alright. No, it never takes a whole packet of blue tape, bro. Never. If it takes a whole packet of blue tape, you need a new bong builder. That is all. Shithouse, mate. Shithouse. I feel like it might need more water. Why does it have such a fucking piddly piece of shit for a stem? Here goes nothing. Or everything, you know. Whichever way you look at it. But scared. But scared. Oh. Shit else. Okay, wait. We'll try it without the mesh before I judge it. And then I feel like I'm going to be walking my ass around the corner into the fucking deep, dark abscess of a shed and finding a file and trying to file this out without breaking it. Now watch me not break a bong. Okay, so this is try number 2. Taking the flick that in my mouth. Taking the fucking mesh out we just put in there. Oh, that was so dry. I like having a bong when you can finish it at one, clear the whole thing out. Otherwise it just doesn't feel like a bong. Okay, we'll see if it's got better suction like this. Otherwise, I'm going to be walking into the shed looking for anything that we can do some open bong surgery with. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hi, Be Real. Better, but no. Give me one moment. I'm going to find a file. Watch me not break this bong. Coda, that's not a cue for you to go find your fucking possum. What are you going on about, Ken? Alright, guys. We've been and got some open bong surgery tools. And I got this bad boys. Maybe clean up and give the goats a file tomorrow. Cody's, are you coming inside, you fuck knuckle? Okay, now, chat, let's try not to break a bong. Actually. Take it. Come on, Coda. Come on, Cunt Nugget. Just fixing up this mean ass door handle, you know, gotta make sure it's all fucking locked and all. Not even now, not even. Okay, watch me fucking break this thing. Should I wet it? Should I wet glass when I'm filing? Should I file glass? Well, I already am, but should I wet it? Will this even work? Anybody know? Anybody know if this is even gonna work, guys? Me neither. Hopefully I don't break it. Can't be too hard and fast. Or ram it too deep, because I might fucking... I can only find square edge bladed files out there right now. There's like a cemetery of files in there. Like 700 of them, but they're just too dark. So the thing, even with a torch, like out here you're like looking for something and you could be looking for ages and it's right in front of your face, but you just don't really see it with the torch. It's weird. Oh yeah, well, we're just gonna pretend this is diamond drill. And hope I don't pretend too hard it's a diamond drill and just break it. Oh, I had to put the recycling out. I wish I had that luxury. My putting the recycling out is throwing it into the corner over here, which looks like I'm littering, but that's sort of like the recycling corner of the deck is like where there's no decking wood, just the framing. And there's one recycle bin there, and I'm pretty sure it might even be a Whangarei recycling bin. However, we do not get collections here. So we just collect all that shit up, and then once every couple of weeks we take all our bins and recycling to the tip. The bonus is recycling is still free. Our bins, however, a black bag is like $7 a black bag. That shit ain't cheap. I'm getting impatient already. I'm getting impatient. If it doesn't fit, force it. Probably not with a file and glass. Gently does it, Sam. Gently does it. Come on, Michael, just drop me off the best tool that I need for this, you know? Yeah, I'm trying to clear it out because fuck it's gay. I'm trying to make it bigger. That's what he said. Every now and then I slip and I just hear like, and I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna break it. But then I remember he put fucking glue on it, didn't he? So I don't know if it's just this shit chipping off or... I think he glued it because he's already cracked it by the looks. So let's be even more gentle. Because I don't know if y'all can see, but he's already got a couple of cracks by the looks of it through here and up here. Now that I pulled that glue off. So we'll have to be a little more careful than I thought. Why? This fucking thing doesn't fit in there. Not at all, but we're gonna fucking try and just bore it out. That's what she said. Just bore me out, bro. Bore it out. She'll be right. Spit on that shit. Haktua. Yeah, I don't know if that's really working. Yeah, me too, to be honest. Like, why should chicks use these 2 fingers to masturbate, guys? Why? Because they're mine. It's the best pickup line. You guys can use it too. Any old chick. Why should you use these 2 fingers to masturbate, love? Because they're mine. You either get a fuck or a slap. That's all I'm saying. You might get both if you're lucky. And if you're super unlucky, you might end up with an STD. So always smell that shit first. Because not everything's KFC. Not everything is finger licking good, bro. Not everything. Not even if you pay the money for it. Not that I'd know. You know, I wouldn't know at all. I'm just not speaking from experience, guys. Speaking from learning from other people's experiences. Like my cousin, who went to go pick his mates up from the brothel. He knew he was a sober driver that night. And he goes to go pick his mates up from the brothel. And they're not quite done yet, are they? And so he goes in. And he's like, fuck. Did blah, 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 blah. A couple of dudes that look like this fucking come in here. And the lady at the counter's like, oh, yeah. They booked a couple out. You know, they're still like 45 minutes out. And he's like, oh, fuck. I just need to go knock on the door. Like, I'm not going to go in, but I just need to knock on. Just let them know that I'm here. And, like, fuck, they're paying for parking, cunts, you know? Like, fuck, they told me they'd be done in an hour. So anyway, off he fucks and knocks on the door, and the bro's like, oh, bro, I'm not finished yet. Here, take fucking 100, 150 bucks. Go get yourself a good time, you know? We won't be too long. So that my cousin goes up to the counter, and he's like, yo, any chances that I can swindle one of what he's got? I got 150. They're like, not at this establishment, I'm sorry. Like, Pelican Club, way more expensive than that. I'm really sorry. Like, he's like, well, not even like a handy. No, sorry. And he's like, fuck these cunts, you know? So he's raging. He's like, fuck, I got 45 minutes. It's got to be a quick one, you know? So off he fucks to K Road. Now, I don't know if any of you guys know anything about K Road. No, it's like LGBT, brothel time before it was like sort of legal, you know, like that's the sort of areas you'd go to for it. Yeah, well, that's where he goes to go get a quick fucking gobby or whatever, you know? And he's down his underground car park. And he's getting a gobby, and he reckons it was the best gobby he's ever had in his fucking life. You know? And so he's actually starting to feel a little bit selfish. So he reached around to sort of help them out while they were helping him out. And he realised why they were so good at what they were doing, because they knew how they liked it, if you know what I mean. There was no femme fatale, that's for sure. Where's he? I'm gonna have to fucking smash you guys soon. Do you know that? Like, what the fuck are you barking at? Yeah, I'm about ready to give up on this. It's taking way too long. I'm not the turtle trying to finish the fucking race here. I actually just want a decent cone around this place. I know, Wazzy, it's fucking terrible, isn't it? I just want a fucking big gaping hole that I can stick my thumb on. K Road is in Auckland City. It's in Auckland City. Very easy to get to. Bus route's accessible. Train, I think, is nearby. Plenty of cabs. Usually charge you tariff 3, so always make sure they're motherfuckers on tariff 1, because they think every cunt's drunk. And they can charge public holidays and no one's going to notice. Tell you fucking what, I fucking notice. Yeah, easy to get to, mate. Easy to get to. And, you know, no judgment here. No judgment here. I spent plenty of my time on K Road, just not doing those same sort of activities. You put your finger in, you pull your finger out, you put your finger in and you wiggle it about. You do the hopawati when you make your bong. That's what it's all about. You guys remember hopawati, eh? The old up the bum in the fucking league games or whatever it was. The other bong was just as disappointing. Actually, can I file a lid out? Next question, live chat GBT, because you know I don't use chat GBT or fucking. I'll just use the people. Should I file out my bong, my other aluminium bong? Is that going to be a better suggestion than trying to file it? Is it going to be faster? Is what I'm asking. I don't care about better. Fucking be a fucking whore. I'm about to get the scissors out and fucking make this aluminium fucking tin can lid better. Can I file bigger hole? Chat GBT, Michael. Can the hole be filed? With or without permission? Yeah, okay, great. Thanks for confirming that. And I just wasted my life by taking out both holes, thinking maybe one of them would be bigger to start with. Oh, that's a horrible sound. It's like nails on a chalkboard. God, that's horrendous. I apologize in advance, guys. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's spit on it. Surely there's an easier way. Oh, scissors? Scissors cut this shit? Ah, that's horrible. I just wanted to fit a fucking hose in there, mate. Yeah, here's my drill. That's my fucking drill, bro. Off-grid drill, mate. I'm it. I still don't think I could even spin it anywhere near fast enough. Fucking desperate now. I've got the fucking... What are they? Side cutters out. I'm about to go get those blunt ass fucking Kroger iron cutters. Oh, now I'm really fucking shit up, guys. This is why you don't steal someone's bong and not drop it home, because they fuck everything else up. Yeah, my pliers don't really want to cut through that. But I've already sort of started. So now, no, that's not really ideal. Shit. What have I done? I should be supervised, honestly. And I don't mean like you guys. Like, you guys are great. But you can't stop me from doing something dumb, especially if I start it before I tell you. Force it down on something big. Patience! I was meaning the horns on his head. I don't know what you guys were thinking about. He actually doesn't have horns. He's got stumps. All right, folks. Oh my god, I really fucked that up. That's hideous as fuck. Oh no. Oh, yeah, you tell me after I've done this to it. Fuck my life. I just want a hose to fit in it. And I'll be happy. Yeah, mate, that's fucking ugly now. Oh yeah, that's hideous. Trying to get the sharp edges off it now. Not ideal. Damn move. Oh, horrible idea. I feel like I'm gonna have to walk down to the bus. Go get my last horrible bong. Sounds like a frog. Fuck, that's hideous. Hideous as, man. Well, I got rid of most of the sharp bits at least. Hideous. Hideous idea. Isn't what a keyboard. Keyboard. Oh, yeah, no, it's not a keyboard. I wish it was a fucking keyboard. I've been trying to make something better, but in fact, I made it worse. It's kind of funny though. A keyboard. Bro, if I had a keyboard that sounded like that, I'd have thrown that the fuck out the house a long time ago. Keyboard. Does it actually sound like a keyboard? I would have thought it sounded way worse. Oh, well, at least that's not sharp. I think I'm getting somewhere. rapey as fuck sounding. You're right, but it's better. Loud as fuck. Much better. Way bigger hole. Don't know if she will be big enough yet. But I'll run down to the bus. Because I need my other piece. One sec. Oh, it's so windy and cold out there. Oh no, we still need more filing. Oh yeah. Fucking finally, mate. You done being outside yet, Coda? Alrighty, we got a bigger stem at least. Alrighty, let's see. I don't know if we nailed it yet, but we at least have a hole. And a stem in there. Which is bigger than the fucking... Like, look at the state of that. It's fucking tiny, mate. You need a gaping hole, mate. Sorry about it, but... No, where's the big round one? I need that. That was very dusty. Alright, we're nearly at the testing phase. Almost there, guys. Way better. Alright. Go to sleep, LB. Sorry, I keep disturbing you with loud noises. Put the trusty door lock back on. No, Cody, you fucking stay inside, you Barkosaurus. Alrighty. Tidy up this fucking mess I made and see how we go. My hands are so black after doing that. Don't really want to be touching my buds like that. Look at that, like one hand not even cleaned. Still filthy. Filthy as man. Filthy animal. There we go. Feel like that might be somewhat half clean enough. Filthy, mate. Look. From white to brown. Wipe the floor up. There's no aluminium shavings. Delightful. Okay, that can't be used on that anymore. Okay, we're good. Let's try a fucking comb. All right. Rubbish. See how perfectly like I make my holes like usually when it's plastic and not fucking metal and glass. Well, actually, to be honest, I made some fucking mean ass ones in my glass bombs too. Alright, now the only thing that's missing is an actual fucking rush hole. But pull cone. Instead of the shitty fixed long fucking stem piece of shit that goes all the way down. Alright guys, here we go. Here we go. Was all this work for nothing? Is the bong better than before I fucked around with it? Well, we fuck around and we find out. I had like a bug or something crawl in my ear mid-cone. That was not ideal. It was a fucking mozzie. Look at the cunt. But it was obviously a female because it wasn't making noise. Okay. Let's try again and not get a bug in out here. Because I didn't fucking pull the cone because I was too busy trying to like get a bug out my ear. Not good. Not good. And that's what I'm trying to alleviate. It definitely pulls better. Pulls better cones. Like it actually drew the whole cone piece in for a change. Whereas this one, it was like 2 fucking tokes to clear the tiny minuscule cone that I like not even the tip of my finger fits in, and then you have to fucking find something in there that you can clear it out with, which isn't much because like not even a toothpick fits through the top hole, so then you have to try and like, bro, it was just a shit fucking cone. So it definitely pulls better than that. So this change that I just drilled out, bored out, whatever, much better. Yo, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that did it. Fuck. Yep. Whoa. Oh man. Made my eyes water. I feel like I actually look stoned for the first time. Oh, yep. I wasn't expecting that at all. Because I've had that bong now for like 4 months. And it has never fucked me up like that. In fact, the bong that I've been the bong I've been complaining Alex has, which is why I went through this whole rigmarole, that hasn't even done this to me. Fuck my life, my eyes are crying. I'm actually Yep. Yep. Well, yep, that was a good one. I don't feel like I need 5 more cones in a row, that's for sure. No. I don't even know if I usually do cones in like lots of 3. You know, like people do reps at the gym. That's how I smoke my cones. Like a fucking pro athlete. 3 at a time. I don't even know how many hours it took me to do those bongs. So how many hours has it been since I actually had a bong? And I think I'm gonna wait at least 60 seconds. Normally I'd be already loaded, ready to go. Well. My bong ain't lying to me now, that's all I'm gonna say. It says, I'm not sugar and spice. I'm everything nice. I'm rage and hood and wish a motherfucker would. Yep. My bong is definitely not sugar and spice or everything nice. Yep. It's definitely a rage cone. Like, you want to have 2 more, but you're not really sure if you actually should have 2 more. Because, like, your lungs already be raging at you like, bro, what the fuck was that? Yep. It is definitely hood because, like, that's made out of, like, water fitting. I can't remember what that's called. Fucking the grey water pipe shit. Or maybe even, you can probably even put gas through it. A yellow O-ring. Some fucking jammy cotton piece that I picked up somewhere out of brass. Some other fucking stem piece. An old honey jar, by the looks of it. Hood as fuck, bro. But good as fuck. Why didn't I do that ages ago? Why am I lighting this inside? Fuck. Shit. See? Cones, bro. Cones. That's what happens when you got a real one. Shit. Whoops a daisy. Give me a A. Is that dark as fuck out there? How long was that? Like 15 seconds. What a piece of shit. What? Fireworks in the house? A party? Got stuck in the crack and I was not picking that shit up. No. I nearly held it too long. That's why I just fucking dropped it there. Wasn't me. I can't even shut the door, it's so windy. Ugh. Okay. My eyes are still crying from the last one, but you know what? You only live once. Bottoms up. No. Oh, Lord. I'm trying to hold it in is worse. Fuck. The cough, not the smoke. There's no. I must say, I feel stoned. And I feel like my eyes feel stoned for the first time in like 22 years. Can't even open them wide, look. The bottom doesn't even move. It's like so chinky. It just is like flat. What the fuck? 2 cones from a bored out bong. What is happening? Best fucking door lock you'll ever find. You'll find them on Amazon.com. Those door locks. Yeah, Amazon.com. Best door lock, safest you ever find. So fucking mean. Why did I not do that sooner, eh? Why? I'm still thinking about MacGyvering it a little bit more. Heating up that fucking tube so that this bad boy fits in it a little bit better, maybe. Alright, here goes my normal number 3. And it feels like number 7. And I haven't even had this one yet. So I'll let you know afterwards how cone number 3 feels. Just like, you know, when you check the weather and it says it's 11 degrees but feels like 4. Well, my app says that. I don't know about yours, or if you even check apps. But anyway, I'll tell you the cone weathers after this cone. Because 2 definitely feels like 7. I just have to take my jacket off because she's getting hot with all the coughs. Straight to the blood that one went. Take off the old farmer vest. Now just straight back to South Aucklander. A little bit homeless South Aucklander because I've got mud on me from Coda's feet. Had to really think about that because I'm 2 cones but 7 deep. Shit. Okay. And in the left corner, we have the Mary Jane. 2 title belts and holding the championship. It's 7. Will the human win this round? Knockout. Breathe in, breathe out. I feel like well, what the actual fuck? I feel like I haven't smoked weed in like 6 weeks. Or like I only ever smoke 1 cone and I've just gone to the bros and had like 20 trying to be cool. And actually all I've done is have my normal amount of cones. And look at my fucking eyes, they're bleeding. Look at them. Look at them, they're bleeding. My eyes are bleeding. They're nearly the same color as my lips. Wow. I know I did that before. And sort of like the top sort of went up. And the bottom stayed flat, but now it's almost like, wow, I sort of got then. Wow, no, that's gone. Bleeding eyes. Bleeding fucking eyes, mate. Shit. Well, okay. Well, that was a fun day on the job. Hard work pays off. And if you don't know how, just fucking butcher it until that shit works. Like that. Like, if you even got bleeding eyes after 3 cones, you're fucking doing it wrong. Wrong. Now, I might or might not have had to pull up a seat. Let's try choppity chop. It's just like, why not? I think my eyes can bleed anymore. I can hear a mouse in the house. Mouse in the house. Mouse in the house. I'm trying to figure out how to pick a lock. What a piece of shit lock. It's my own piece of shit fault. I changed the password on it like the day after I got it. Are you good at picking locks? Giving it my darndest to pick this damn lock. The little pins are way fiddlier than it seems though. Really need to get into this piece of shit. God, get the fuck in there. Damn you, motherfucker. Cunty piece of shit. Don't get one of these and change the fucking password. Not advised. About ready to give up on this fucking thing. Kind of need it, but it's proving to be way too much hard fucking work. Goodness.
I don't know what the hell was banging around. I went out there before and fixed the fucking shed door and shit. What the hell? Way better. Way better cones.
Your cup got a white out, or the hot drink. You too, bro. You too. Waiting for my garlic bread in the oven. Casually try not to spill everything everywhere. Two more minutes. Garlic bread. casually stirring my hot drink. Sorry. Trying to figure out what the password on Stupid Lock is. Because I bought it and it was expensive. I used it one time. Obviously successfully took it off. And now I cannot for the life of me remember what the password was. Garlic bread, are you ready? Yeah, boy. Oh, that's hot as. So hot. Jesus Christ. Good though. Here comes the rain. I give up on that. Shit, I didn't mix it very well. Oops, daisy. Kind of lumpy. Not ideal for a drink. That's for sure. It's raining in so hard. It's coming on the window. Right. Now that I just choked on my garlic bread. That rain is so heavy. It's that weird kind of rain where it's like real heavy for like 30 seconds and then it just stops. And then it starts again real heavy. Like there's no consistency to it. And hear a mouse.
Goodness me.
Alright, your dogs have water. I need that. Come here, baby. Come here, Wes. Come here. Yeah, lie down. Stay there, Coda. Coda, here.